Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Solo ReacTalk. This evening, I'm going to be reacting to Talos Volcaran, 40k lore, the Soul Hunter, voiced by Tales of Terra VA on the Amber King YouTube channel. Yes, I'm back with the Amber King content, Warhammer 40k content, and yes, I'm going to be focusing on a Night Lord. I'm not a big fan of the 8th Legion. I'm not a big fan of their Primarch Conrad Curse. But, you know, I have been requested to react to Talos Volcaran, and that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to sit here and listen to the justifications of murderers of the highest degree of madness, and that's the Night Lords. Yeah, I'm gonna hear it all. I'm gonna sit here and listen to them. I'm not gonna fight. I'm gonna try not to fight. I'm going to try and keep an open mind to what they have to say, you know, their point of view, especially the point of view of Talos Volcaran. I don't know him. I know the Legion, I know the Primarch, but I don't know him. Yeah. So this will be the first time I hear about Talos. And yeah, I have a lot of requests from the Amber King. Finally, I am attending to them again. I still have, I think, it's not a commissar. It's an Inquisitor. There's one for Inquisitor. There's one for Lord Commander Dante that I also have to react to. So yeah, I'll get to those soon. Guys, be patient, okay? Be patient with me. Be patient with me. And hopefully you guys will enjoy my reaction to this particular video, Talos Volcaran 40k lore, made on the Amber King YouTube channel. Yes, let us start. Let's start. 3, 2, 1, go.
The Primarch knew that law and order, the twin foundations of civilization, are only maintained through fear of punishment. Man is not a peaceful animal. It is a creature of war and strife.
That's not all that we are, but okay.
Force the beasts into civilization, one must remind them that excruciation awaits those who harm the herd. He wanted us to be the angels of death, and for a time, we were.
The angels of torture, that's what you guys were. I promised I was not going to fight. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight, okay? I'm just talking. I'm just talking. Part 1. Eighth Legion. Okay.
A middle-aged man scrambled at Talos' chest plate with dirty fingernails. "Saurian," he asked. Before Talos could answer, the man fled.
Was that Talos' name before he became an Astartes?
Repeating the same whispered question to one of the Astartes 2 rows behind. At no point did the Legion stop marching. Pistol fire broke out as the enforcers in expensive business suits took out one of the mortals in the avenue that strayed far enough from the Astartes to guarantee a kill shot without hitting one of the armored giants. None of the enforcers wished to risk his own death by missing and hitting the revered armor of the Night Haunter's sons.
Wait, so that old man was looking for his child, Torian. Is that what he called his child, Torian? I thought that was Talos, but I guess not. And he was just running around looking for his son amongst the Astartes that are marching. Okay. And then men in business suits shot at him. I guess once your children are part of the Astartes, you can never interact with them ever again. If you try, they'll shoot at you. The government officials. Or government security forces. In businessmen suits. Nostromo.
An elderly woman harassed Zal. She was barely over half his height. Where
Zal. Okay.
is he? She shrieked, wasted hands scratching at the marching warrior's armor. Zal, where is he? Answer me! Talos could read the discomfort in his brother's face as Zal marched on.
Wait, she knows Zal? And Zal also recognizes this lady.
The old woman, beneath her mop of wild white hair, saw him paying attention. Talos immediately faced forward again, feeling the old woman clawing at his unmoving arm with her weak grip. Look at me, she pleaded. Look at me! Talos didn't. He marched on.
I'm assuming that's Talos' mother. Or a family relative. Maybe an aunt. Okay.
Weeping, wailing after him, the old woman fell behind. Look at me! It's you, Talos! Look at me! An enforcer's gunshot ended her demands.
Nostromo. The mother just wanted to... She just wanted to see her son. It's not like it's going to change anything. He's still going to follow orders. He's still going to praise the Primarchs and, praise the Emperor. Not praise, but salute. And be loyal to the Emperor, yeah, and the Primarch. I mean, nothing's going to change. But Talos, the fact that you didn't even want to look at her, you just kept moving forward. Wow. Yeah, that indoctrination really did a number on all of you, Astartes.
Talos hated himself for feeling relief. 5 hours later, back aboard Blackened, Zal had sat next to him on the restraint couches. Never before and never again would Talos see his brother's face marked with such hesitancy.
That wasn't easy for any of us. But you did well, brother.
What did I do so differently?
Zal swallowed, something seeming to dawn behind his eyes.
That woman, the one from the crowd. You didn't recognize her.
What is strange is that you recognize her, Zal. Why is it that you recognize her but Talos does not? Why is that? And that's his mother. And yet you recognize her. Strange. Very strange.
Talos tilted his head, watching Zal carefully.
I barely saw her.
She said your name.
Zal pressed.
You truly didn't recognize her.
They were reading our names off our armor scrolls.
Talos narrowed his eyes. Zal rose to his feet, making to move away. Talos rose with him, gauntlet clamped on his brother's shoulder guard.
She wasn't reading our names. She knew us, brother. She recognized us, even after 20 years, and the changes wrought by the gene seed. Throne Talos, you must have recognized her.
I didn't, I swear. I saw only an old woman.
But you felt something. You felt something. And once she was shot and killed, whatever you were feeling, just fleeted away.
Zal shrugged off Talos' grip. He didn't turn around. His words echoed with the same finality as the gunshot that silenced the old woman's pleas.
The old woman. She was your mother.
One soul, my son. One hunt. In the name of revenge, you will hunt one shining soul when all others turn their back on vengeance. Soul Hunter, Prophet of the 8th Legion.
Prophet of the 8th Legion. Okay. Right.
Favored of Curse, Talos Valkoran.
Favored of Curse. Wow. Alright. I thought he hated all of his sons. So you must be very special, Talos. If you're favored by Conrad Curse, you must be very special.
A life that begins in the 30th millennium. Through eyes as black as the sky itself, a child will look out through the window of his tutor's classroom. The dim hab lights and bustling vehicles will forefront to the pitch black skies, barely seen through the gaps of the towering structures. The rains poured, as did the pollution that choked out the crippling sun that orbited Nostromo. It had been a distant memory, a time of order and stability, where once a king had ruled over a very, very quiet peace. All children knew the tale of how decades ago,
the Night Haunter,
a Night Haunter, brutalized all of the hive cities into one rule, only for a man, no, a being of light, called the Emperor of Mankind, who would come and take his son, their king, to battle across the stars. The child had read tales like these in the books his mother had given him. He devoured them, understood them, and yet when the tutor's questions came, he was silent. They thought he was slow like the rest of them, but he just knew better. It was all pointless. He was destined to join a gang, just like his father.
Yeah, Nostromo is still a black hole. You know, it descended back into what it was before Conrad Curse started to take control over the planet. It reverted back as soon as he left into a crime-ridden, poverty-stricken, destitute hellhole. Can't believe I'm using that word. But yeah, it reverted back to what it was always. What it has always been, under the surface. Something that Conrad Curse was never able to eradicate or able to, rectify of Nostromo. It's culture. The way people live their lives. Yes, he brought some sort of peace and quiet throughout the planet, but that was under the control by fear. And once that fear had left, people just reverted back to what they used to be and what they used to do to each other and to themselves and to the entire planet.
He was going to die in a brutal way in some dingy alley, just like his father. They all were. Such is the fate on Nostromo. The boy and his friend, well, the son of his mother's friend ran home. The blasting of music, vehicle horns and crude shouts filling the air of perpetual night. The boys caught a glimpse down an alley, seeing a man tower over a crying woman. Her outfit was torn and she looked to the boys for help, only for the boy's friend to drag him away. They saw nothing. That was what they told themselves. In the cramped and filthy quarters the boy's mother made a meal. She was small and fragile, always covering the tattoos that patched up her arms, as if to hide the shame. He knew what they were, markings of property. The academy had contacted her today, she told the boy. Because they think I am slow, he told his mother. Because he was quiet, and because they judged. He was quiet because he didn't understand why he should even try in the first place. Even if he showed them how smart he was, it meant nothing. Even if they got to live in the outskirts of the city instead of here, it changed nothing. It was just as dangerous and broken there. The boy's mother began to cry and held him tight, even as he felt empty and numb. Through tears, she told him there was another way, that clever and smart boys were given a chance. They could leave this world entirely. Something stirred within the boy. He could leave. He could venture into the stars. But who would take care of you, he told her. The boy's mother smiled, a smile that never reached her eyes. She told him she would be okay. He could do and be whatever he wanted to be. Heroes can do whatever they want.
Heroes can do whatever they want? Yeah, okay.
A hero? The boy giggled. He saw his mother truly smile, even though he didn't understand why. The boy promised his mother he wouldn't be silent anymore. He would show them that he is a clever boy. He would go to the stars and do whatever he wanted. He could be Talos, the hero, but that hero's journey would begin in blood. Talos and his only friend, Zal, grew. They joined a gang just as their fathers had before them. By the age of 10, they were thieves, running through the damp, dark and claustrophobic labyrinth of the Hive cities. By 13, Talos took his first life. He felt the sinking sensation, the buckling and grating as his knife pushed past the shopkeeper's ribs. He saw the look of confusion and pain in his face. He felt blood splatter upon his own face, the heat of vitality streaking down. He would never forget his first kill, no matter how long he lived. He would feel no guilt or sadness. Nostromo had taken that out of him. He would only remember the shock. All the others he killed, even the dozens his own age, that came later faded into memory.
Man, Nostromo is already like a training ground for the, Night Lords Astartes. Really, they don't need to have any sort of aspirant training program. This is it. Nostromo is the place. If you can survive Nostromo, then you are one step closer to becoming an Astartes of the 8th Legion.
Before that first time he became a man. It was a miracle in itself that Talos and Zal had lived to the years of adolescence, but there were rewards that came with showing just how smart they really were. It was just like the stories of generations before. The bright and talented had been elevated into angels. But as the decades passed on Nostromo, the quality of aspirants degraded, as did the world with the Night Haunter gone for so long. The Night Lords, the 8th Legion, the Astartes, superhuman warriors crafted from a mix of chemical stimulants, and vat-grown organs filled with the DNA of a demigod. Shock warriors crafted to be the front line of the ever-growing Imperium of mankind. Talos, Zal, and thousands of young Nostraman men would be given the chance to ascend, to join the war across the stars, building a new golden era under the guiding light of the Emperor of mankind. With the genetic material of a son of the Emperor, they would become heroes, if he survived the process to come. Talos felt the pain flood every inch of his veins. He feels the raw surgery scars and the 2 hearts beating in his chest. He has never felt pain like this before.
And you're one of the lucky ones, Talos, and also Zal. I'm sure many of the other aspirants, they just didn't make it through that transformation. You're one of the lucky ones, definitely.
He tries to resist as a giant in a white mask urges him to sleep.
Oh. I thought it was already complete. So it's not yet complete, okay.
His body begins to transform and grow. His muscles and bones are far stronger than a mortal man. His reflexes feel sharp, and he raises his rifle and bolt guns in the training grounds. He spills Nostraman blood, a young man like him, knowing it could have been either of them.
It's okay. You guys do it all the time on the planet anyways.
He is gifted with knowledge and skills forged over centuries. He is fed indoctrination of the Night Haunter's teachings. After years, Talos stands unclothed before thousands of giants like him. A sea of porcelain scar skin and black eyes stare upon their masters. The concepts of being a man is forgotten. They are more.
You know, when I think about the Night Lords, or should I say the Astartes of the 8th Legion, them having extremely pale skin and black beady eyes, it reminds me of those aliens in the Alien vs Predator franchise. You know, the engineers, those that supposedly created humanity. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, how the 8th Legion looks like. They look like the engineers. Tall like them, probably bald, and then black eyes, and then extremely pale. Yeah.
Restrained by lesser human desires and feeble hang-ups. His memories of the brutal life on Nostromo feels like a distant memory, like a dream whose details are obscured from him. He even forgets his mother's face. He was sure he had one at least, but a weapon doesn't need a mother. He is gifted with armor and arms forged on Mars. His helmet is stained with the apothecary's white.
Oh, he's an apothecary. Okay, Talos is an apothecary and he's the prophet of the 8th Legion.
He is Talos of First Claw.
First Claw. Okay.
10th Company.
10th Company. First Claw, 10th Company.
Scion of the 8th Legion and son of the Night Haunter, the Primarch Conrad Kurz.
And apparently the favored son. It's not you, Savitar. It's not. It's not Savitar. It is Talos who's the favored son. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I would have expected it to be Savitar, you know, because I think he's the only one who actually talks back to the Primarch, right? In the 8th Legion. All the other Astartes within the 8th Legion are trying to gain the favor or the love of their father. But Savitar, I think he's one of the only ones who actually talks back at his Primarch and, you know, his ideals of justice. Yeah. But I guess Talos is part of that group now. Savitar's not the only one.
He will scour the universe of the non-compliant and Xenos, and he will bring fear to the hearts of men across thousands of worlds. Fire and blood. An endless cycle as he and the 8th Legion were deployed across the growing Imperium of Man. Thousands of Astarte corpses, and even some who still drew ragged breath fell under the care of the apothecary Talos. At times he would save the weapons, the resources that was the Astartes, but most were the extraction of the precious gene seed from their corpses, to be sealed away and reused for the next generation of Astartes. The additional medical training Talos received did nothing to bond him closer to his so-called brothers. Some were the very scum he had fought in the damp alleys of Nostromo.
My gosh, this image. Look at that head. It's just been blown open. Ugh. Night Lords. Yeah, of course. But what I'm surprised about is that Talos remembers those people, but he doesn't remember his mother. He remembers the people that he fought against in Nostromo before they were elevated into Astartes. He remembers them, but he does not remember his mother. Strange. And Zal remembers his mother. Your mind works in a very peculiar way, Talos.
He knew what they had done, and they knew what he had done. Beneath Sergeant Vandred, a man.
Sergeant Vandred, okay. Okay.
Man whose abilities in void warfare was almost unmatched in the Legion, 10th Company battled across stars, accompanied by Syrian, Reuven,
Syrian, Reuven,
Zal, and
Zal. Oh, this is part of the First Claw, 10th Company.
Sarzel, all led by Malcharian.
Macharian. Okay.
The War Sage. Captain of the company and the confidant of the demigod, Talos finally caught a glimpse of Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter. It was the living myth standing before him, the nightmare his mother and all others had told to their children. The Night Haunter who had crippled Nostromo, placing a fear so silent and absolute the world had once felt peace. For Talos to look upon his Primarch, his heart began to pulse faster. How could the Emperor's words be so false? That he was Astartes, and he would know no fear. But
yeah, I'm sure he must be feeling dizzy. You know, just having his Primarch within his near presence, it's making him feel dizzy. You know, it's making him feel weak and fearful, yes.
standing before Kurz made him feel the closest thing to dread. The ghost white, ghoulish king towered above him. Disheveled locks cropped a face that was nightmare itself. From two midnight black pools the demigod looked out to the world in an expression of hate and madness. And yet there was a nobility. A dark king who seemed to stand for something beyond himself. Fate was written to the Primarch, assailed by the visions of the future. In midnight clad the Primarch stood, his very armour and lightning claws, crafted to imprint a distinct image upon the human mind. Dread. It was strange, thought Talos. He had never had a father before. Justice is our purpose. The only route to total justice is fear. Without fear there can be no order. The few will suffer now to feed that fear, so that many others will live. Mankind were beasts, Kurz told his sons. Animals that had to be corralled and made to fall in line. Fear was the only tool that brought past Nostromo to heal, and it was the only way to secure the Imperium of mankind.
Did you guys double check Nostromo and see if that campaign of fear has lasted? No, you did not.
In midnight clad, Talos and his brothers would drape icons. They would cast visages that paralyzed the human psyche. Worlds in defiance of compliance or in rebellion would assemble to the field. The noise, the fanfare, the bravado beating in their chests, as they prepared to push back the tyrant Imperium. From the skies the enemy force would arrive, but the gun lines would remain silent. The weeks would pass. Nothing. No changes. Only the enthusiasm failing away. And then the screams came. Through picked feeds and voxcasts, hundreds of voices screamed out in a soul-crying pain. People of importance, world governor families, politicians and generals were taken, their deaths carried out by Talos and his brothers. In such a painstakingly slow process, the victim went beyond the point of begging for death. Worlds whose enthusiasm and defiance had rallied them to fight found that very hope murdered as they witnessed the fate awaiting them at the hands of these Night Lords.
I mean, look at that image. That Godsman is petrified. He has a flare on. He's trying to look for where the enemy is. But the Night Lord is right behind him, silently just watching his prey panic. You know. Like, Night Lords.
Compliance always came quickly, without a shot even being fired. In battles where worlds would have burned, millions either dead or starving, only a few hundred had to die, and the peace that reigned after was cold and obedient. This was the Night Haunter's justice.
Yeah, that cold and obedient surrender and compliance has a time limit. It will expire. Just like on Nostromo.
A sacrifice of the few for the many, but what began as a gruesome work for peace permeated a corruption in the sons of Curse. Talos at first hated to admit it, but what company would even judge him? As he butchered men, women, and even the young, he began to enjoy it. The power, the righteousness, the spilling of vitae in the name of a just universe. He was, in a way, a hero, and yet for this
Yeah, a hero.
sacrifice the 8th Legion was condemned. Talos saw the look in their brother Legion's eyes. From the Imperial Fist to the Salamanders, they wore expressions of shock and disgust as the Night Lords massacred populations. It was hypocritical, wasn't it? The untold death and destruction wreaked by the other Primarchs and Legions. And yet they shy away when so few die for the many. After decades of battle, the open truth of the Legion's nature was undeniable. The justice of the Night Haunter's methods had been taken too far. Too much zeal, and not born of sacrifice, but degeneracy.
I mean, when you think about it, Nostromo Astartes are criminals. They are criminals that have been supersized. They are not warriors of uniting the galaxy. They are just thugs. They are just murderous thugs who are just going to enjoy the suffering of others, and then they cover it, or they try to hide behind the notion of justice, the notion of righteousness, the notion of bringing civilization to a unruly mass of beasts that need to be corralled. They're just thugs. They don't have any honor. They don't have any ethics. I'm not saying what the other legions are doing is good. It's not. It's not. But at least I know where they stand, and they know where they stand. That they are here to fight and crush the enemies of the Imperium of Man and unify all humanity under the rule of the Emperor of Mankind. And by doing so, yes, they're going to be fighting against armies. They're going to be fighting against governments that would not yield before the Imperium of Man. I would rather take that than whatever the 8th Legion is doing. I would rather take that. Because, like I said before, these people, it's not out of duty. This is not duty. That they're enjoying themselves. They are feasting on the fear of these people. They are torturing them. That's not how you create civilizations. You don't create civilizations through torture. You don't create an empire, purely based on torture.
Quality of Nostroman recruit in the absence of the Night Haunter's rule had deteriorated as well on their homeworld. Would Talos and Zal have even been accepted into the generations before? And what did it say that even they were disgusted by the character of some of their brothers? Talos, Zal, and First Claw marched through the dim streets of Nostromo, a victory parade, to appease the masses in the absence of the Night Haunter. Talos wondered why they cheered, as if these rotten people even cared for the Imperium, and what the Legion's victories meant. In the absence of their lost Primarch ruler, the populace hoped for the Haunter's sons to return and take up his duties. The Primarch's lessons were being unlearned. Through each generation, the imprint of his silent crusade on society was a thing of the past. Talos had lived here himself, barely believing the world had once been a bastion of control and order under a gene god's rule. Now it became humbling to feel the weight of terrible expectation willed from the crowd, to know they were destined for crushing disappointment. The cheers turned as they began to scream out names. Feeble men and women rushed forward, desperate, trying to find the names they spoke aloud. They were fathers, they were mothers, crying out for their children. The boys they had sacrificed in the name of an empire that had forgotten them. How the visages of these hulking, deformed giants must have terrified them. The first gunshots came from the enforcers as the Night Lords continued to march. "Where is he?" Talos heard an elderly woman shriek. He turned to a feeble woman clawing at his brother's armor, Zal's face looking uncomfortable. Talos looked at her and felt nothing. No recognition. The old woman, beneath her mop of wild white hair, saw him paying attention. Talos immediately faced forward again, but feeling the old woman clawing at his unmoving arm with her weak grip. "Look at me," she pleaded. "Look at me." Talos didn't. He marched on, weeping. Wailing after him, the old woman fell behind. "Look at me. It's you, Talos. Look at me." An enforcer's gunshot ended her demands. It was quiet back aboard their ship. That look of discomfort never left Zal's face until he finally spoke up. "You didn't recognize her? Truly?" Talos felt himself hesitate. Was he supposed to? She was just an old crone, whose death finally ended that annoyance. But Zal held his gaze. She recognized us. Even after 20 years and the changes wrought by the gene seed, the old woman, Zal said slowly, "She was your mother." Talos wasn't sure what he was meant to feel. Grief, maybe. But it was just like that night when he plunged his dagger into the shopkeeper. He only felt shock.
You even remember that, but you don't remember your mother. Wow, your mind really does operate differently, Talos. You remember all of these other events in your life, but your mother, for some reason, zip, nothing. But you felt something.
Because he was a man who didn't recognize his own mother's face. There had been a memory once, of a feeble woman who told him he could be a hero. A woman who had sacrificed everything to give him a better life. A mother he hated to see cry. But the elevation into Astartes had taken that from him. It was a curse to be a god's son. It would only be a few short years from the parade to the dull streets of Nostromo that again the Legion would return to their homeworld. From the skies the entire Night Lord's Legion fleet sat. From his throne their Primarch, the Dark King Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter gave his declaration. Nostromo was a sickness. Its people were rotten and broken.
Yes, Conrad to cover up his embarrassment.
And in his absence they had descended back into their old ways. The recruits of the last decades were a poison to the teachings of justice, the fear the Night Haunter had tried to impart. They killed, tortured, and brutalized because they enjoyed it. Perhaps if he expunged the source, the corruption would cease spreading.
The source is you, Conrad Kurz. The source is you. You have to die. And your entire legion has to be erased. And then the corruption will end. You are the source.
Talos and First Claw looked from the viewports. Bleak and near lightless Nostromo turned in the cold vacuum of space. Over the Vox stations the orders were blared out. Full battery lasers to fire into their homeworld. Talos heard the silence, and then confusion, and then the resistance. Cries from the mortal staff, and some defiance of the Nostroman-born Astartes. From ship to ship the first Captain Sevatar silenced the weaklings. The scarlet beams
Probably that's what this image is. Savitar, holding... I don't know if that was a captain or a lieutenant or someone, but yeah, the head was blown off and he's shooting at the other, disgruntled or members of the vessels that are disagreeing with the orders from the Primarch. Yeah.
Rode across the void, into the very chasms the Night Haunter had landed in centuries before. Nostromo began to burn before Talos' eyes, and then it cracked apart. The home he had once known, the streets he had barely survived, the billions of people living their lives were erased within an instant.
But none of that matters to you, Talos.
And it was justice, so said Kurz, spoken from a face that was evidently racked by growing insanity and pain. At times, in raptures of pain, I saw what was to occur laid out before me. In these waking dreams, I took countless lives with my bare hands, heads taken as trophies. I died again and again at the hands of my father. My sons butchered and maimed their brothers. My name was to become synonymous with dread, but most vividly and most frequently, I saw my world pierced by a lance of purest light, splittering it, shattering it into dust. Perhaps a part of Talos was glad to see it gone. Perhaps Talos truly believed in the justification of his Primarch. Perhaps he felt nothing at all. Within moments of Nostromo's death, fleets rocketed into proximity. Horus, Vulcan, Dawn, and others arrived. Their censure had begun. The 8th Legion were disciplined for their barbaric act, and for their battle tactics. How many worlds had they done exactly the same to, and the Imperium hadn't even blinked? Why the scrutiny now, when they had brought thousands of worlds into compliance? The Imperium knew how they achieved this, and had said nothing for centuries. The hypocrisy. In the wake of Nostromo's death, Talos felt something change within him. It began in his dreams, imagery and emotions, and then it all became clearer as his body suddenly convulsed uncontrollably, just like his father.
Oh, so... is that why they call him the Prophet? He can also see into the future like Conrad. Wow. How many other Night Lords can do that? Or is it just him?
Talos began to see the future. Fragments. Himself and his brothers out of time. He foresaw the very fate the increasingly maddening Night Haunter would whisper about in his psychotic frenzies. He saw his father's death. And he saw a war. The galaxy burning as brother fought brother. The Imperium ripping itself apart.
The Horus heresy.
As the Emperor's most beloved son, the Warmaster Horus led a great host to Terra. And a storm in flesh, with a rain of blades. She who stalks the void.
What?
The storm of silence.
Okay. I think that's someone new. The storm of silence.
An Eldar. Death.
Oh. So what is this Eldar going to do in this future that you've seen, Talos?
To the false Emperor. The rally cry roared from the first Captain Savitar, as dream became reality.
Death to the false Emperor!
Just as Kurz, Talos and the 8th knew, the Warmaster Horus had come to them. Speaking of the tyrant Emperor, a liar who seeks to build an empire that will one day worship him as a god. He lies about the warp, the entities and true power that lie within, so he can keep it for himself.
Yes, Horus, yes.
He has turned his back on the very methods you have burdened yourself with, to build an Imperium that will erase you from its history, Horus said. The anger and hate was palpable. Talos felt it as he and First Claw stared across the retreating salamanders on the world of Isstvan 5. The betrayal of Horus and 4 legions had been answered by 8 of the Imperium's own, a retribution for the Isstvan 3 atrocities. Salamanders, Raven Guard and Iron Hands had clashed against Sons of Horus, Death Guard, Emperor's Children and World Eaters. The Loyalist Legion hailed their allies in the second wave, only to be met with silence. Talos raised his bolter and fired. He cut down men he had once healed as an apothecary, and the Horus heresy had truly begun. From Isstvan to years battling against the Dark Angels within the Thramas Crusade, to the capture of Kurz and the scattering of the Legion, Talos and First Claw followed Captain Malcharian, all the way to the walls of Terra itself.
Oh, they were at the siege of Terra?
Talos wasn't sure where it truly begun. The degeneration of the Legion. He was surrounded by thieves and murderers made into superhuman weapons.
Man, that happened a long time ago. A long time ago. The moment when Nostroman-born Astartes were inducted into the Legion, it was over. The original 8th Legion from Terra was slowly being phased out. Like all the other Primarchs, they did the same to their Terran-born Astartes. They phased them out, either by casting them aside into impossible situations, or they assassinated them. One way or another, they were taken out and replaced by their homeworld, homegrown Astartes. So the moment that happened, it was over for the 8th Legion.
In fact, he was just like them. But with the onset of the heresy, a new form of corruption had begun to seep its way in. Chaos. Syrian had begun to sense human fear, a fact that brought disgust from his brothers. Riven had begun to speak of a pantheon. Even Sergeant Vandred was seeming to twist.
To twist? He's possessed. He's possessed. He is possessed. Twist. Twist into what? Twist how? Why are you twisting? In your bulky armor. Why are you twisting? No, you're possessed. There's a demon inside you. Oi.
As if something lived within his body.
Exactly. Exactly.
Terra burned in the greatest siege humanity had ever witnessed. But then it all began to fall apart. 3 champions. One of the Blood Angels, Imperial Fists and White Scars fell in incredibly vicious duels with Captain Malcharian, only for the injuries of the legendary War Sage to be too much. The man begging for death as they interned his body within a dreadnought sarcophagus.
Oh no, Malcharian. I guess you're not dying anytime soon.
And then the news came. Horus had been slain, and the traitors scattered. First Claw under Vandred fled like all the rest of the traitor elements, as the Loyalists hunted them across the galaxy. It was years of pillaging and vengeance, as the scattered elements of the 8th raided Imperial territory. But the vision came to Talos. A gathering of Kurz's sons on the barren waste planet, Tsagulsa. They came to their father.
Tsagulsa. Okay.
Their dark forms were fuzzy, with hard edges highlighted by the bloody glow of their helm lenses, the flashes of discharge earthing itself through their battle plate. The lightning painted on their armor blinked under this brief illumination, confusing their shape further. Symbols covered other panels. Most had Death's Head painted over their faceplates, and the skulls of their victims knocked hollowly together on chains hanging from their shoulders. Kurz was clearly insane, tortured by conflicting drives and a monstrous sense of injustice. But these warriors were not mad. They followed their lord's despicable example freely. Talos and First Claw kneeled before their Primarch, showing their loyalty and pain, as they questioned why he did not join them at the siege of Terra. A wry smile crept over that monstrous face briefly.
Because he knew probably that if he did arrive there, the result would still pretty much be the same.
As the Primarch saw his sons, this was all ordained, he told them. Fate was fixed, and that soon he would join the dead. Talos looked away in anger, as if this had to happen this way. He protested that time may tell a different story, only to be silenced by his Primarch. The call was rung out across the stars. Soon the sons would return to the father, and then Curze would be vindicated. The Emperor's monster whose fate was fixed was going to die. In a fortress of charcoal stone, the strands of the 8th Legion finally connected. Standing before their Primarch, they tried one last time. The captains and close council of Curze told him they needed him in the crusade of vengeance to come, but this wasn't about vengeance or righteousness. Talos spoke, not realizing it was his own voice. The others looked to him as his Primarchs affixed him with his haunting gaze. Curze could see the dawning of realization in his eyes and bade him to speak. This is a lesson from a son to his father. Just as you instruct us in the principles to continue the crusade, you will show your own father, who watches from the golden throne, that you will die for your beliefs. Your sacrifice will echo in your father's heart forever. You believe your martyrdom will set a fiercer example than your life, because death is nothing compared to vindication. Curze held Talos' helm in his hands, his face contorted and his mouth drooling. How it pained Talos to see his father like this.
Yeah.
He was angry. Angry that his father was giving in to this martyrdom when they needed him most. Why? Why do you call me Soul Hunter? He said, the emotion dripping in his voice. One soul, my son. One hunt. In the name of revenge, you will hunt one shining soul when all others turn their back on vengeance.
One shining soul?
Shen. The assassin even Talos had seen in his dreams was...
Oh, the official Assassinorum. Oh, okay. What's the name? Shen. Alright.
coming. She would enter unimpeded and be allowed to take the life that was fated. It was the last orders of their gene father, and they would not intervene or seek vengeance. But Curze told Talos that of all his sons, he alone would defy him. And he alone told Talos that he cared nothing for what the Legion would do after his death. The night had come, as the Legion sat with bated breath. Talos couldn't believe it, that he would defy his father's last wish. He had not foreseen this. The assassin ship entered the system and made planetfall.
Literally, no ships in space patrolling, like, stopping the ship and asking who's on board, what do you want here? Nothing. Wow. Wow. So all the other 8th Legion Astartes are prepared to watch their father die. It's only Talos who's like, you know what, I can't do this. I can't just sit here and just watch this happen. You know? He's the only one. Everybody else obeyed. Huh.
Yet the Legion still did nothing, for none would defy his will. A mad king, a son of the Emperor, sat upon a throne as Talos and the others stood outside. The anger began to burn in Talos. He loved his father, his gene sire, and yet a part of him hated what he had become. In this universe of cruelty and pain, what else did he have but a father and a brotherhood? And yet it was clear to Talos he barely had any of these things, with a father who hated his sons, and brothers who were the scum of humanity. The throne room doors opened. Talos looked upon Shen, and all his sense died, and grief and fury roared in his blood. Dripping a demigod's blood onto the deck, Shen held the severed head of Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter.
Well done, Shen.
Talos screamed her name through his vox grill and broke into a sprint, revving his chainsword, as like fate had promised, he broke his father's last wish. The Imperial assassin and soul hunter rocketed through the oily black halls of this impossible fortress, vox call screaming into Talos' ears for him to stop. This was their father's last wish. The assassin must get back to Terra. Vandred and Syrian pleaded with him.
Talos is like, fuck that. This lady's gonna die by my hand.
But it all fell on deaf ears. As the assassin reached her ship, the vox again bloomed with chatter. She has stolen his relics. Our father did not see this. Kill her. Of course, Talos.
Really? Really?
Talos thought. All they cared for was a piece they could use to rule in the power vacuum.
Well, they are criminals after all. You know, that's still deep inside them. And now that the centerpiece that keeps them together is no longer there, that vacuum has to be filled. And it's going to be filled with all of these rampaging 8th Legion, Astartes looking out for themselves. Yeah.
Their ambition was sickening.
Just like his ideals of justice and revenge against his father, all of these, dreams of a better galaxy, it's all now washed down the toilet, flushed down the toilet. Just like how he managed his planet of Nostromo, flushed down the toilet as soon as he left the planet. His Astartes are the same way. Like the people of Nostromo. Once he's gone, they revert back to what they will always have been. And that is criminals. That is thugs. Yeah.
To the assassin's ship Talos chased, as fire and munitions suddenly came raining down upon the 8th. The Eldar were attacking.
At this moment? Wow. That's highly coincidental.
Xenos. Why now? Talos ignored it, pounding over the dust into the assassin's ship. The bodies of Eldari and Night Lords piled up in the corridors, the failure of those who had tried to follow. Shen stood in the blood of Superhuman and Xenos. Finally, she was in the clear. Swallowed by the darkness of the room, she began to relax. Talos closed his hand around her throat.
Oh shit.
He could sense she was duller, slower, and the beat of her heart was quicker than it had been in the palace. The assassin was weakened from her escape in the recent battle, but she would kill him before his heart had the time to beat twice if he tried to hold her. Everything about this creature was engineered to end life, and with infinitely more skill and grace than the blunt efficiency of Astartes. He was a warrior, but she was a murderer. He was trained for battle and war, but she was bred only to kill.
An assassin.
The same second his hand had gripped her throat, she was already acting. Talos didn't squeeze. Her armor of precious sin skin would resist such trauma. He jerked her close, risking a headbutt to daze her. That was a mistake. The assassin leaned her head back like a recoiling serpent. Curse her, she was fast. Talos felt her fitted hand coming up to unleash the lethality within her rings. Each one a digital weapon of some unknown configuration. He wasted no time. The Night Lord spat into her face and hurled her away.
Oh yeah, you guys have acid. Wait, when they spit their acid, do they spit it through their helmet? Or do they have to take off their helmet and then they're able to spit their acid at their enemies?
She had not screamed in many years. It wasn't that the pain was new to her, nor even a surprise. but this was no neat severance of limb from body.
I mean, this is your eyes. These are the windows to your soul. These are one of the most important senses that you have. And they're melting off her face. Ugh.
This was the dissolving of her eyes in her skull. And never before had pain eclipsed her senses so completely. Even through the agony, she imagined the wretched Night Lord stumbling away in his cumbersome armor, amused at her momentary helplessness, and she was right.
Yeah. He is a Night Lord and he enjoys witnessing the suffering of others.
In the darkness, Talos relished the sound of her scream. Even sweeter was the subtle, mellifluous hiss of acidic venom eating into the soft tissue of her beautiful blue eyes.
And the acid is also, melting the nose, part of the cheek. It's just... Oh.
Panting now, seeing nothing but milky white sunfire, the assassin swallowed the pain, remembered her teachings, and used the agony as a focus. He cast a black-eyed glance at the assassin, blindly fighting the air, her lashing kicks and blaze sweeps utterly lethal, aimed at audible joints and the weak points of his armor, but utterly useless. Talos was already across the bridge away from her, Bolter still barking. Deafened and disorientated, the assassin slowed her movement. Desperately poised, muscle taut, she seemed to be trying to filter the noise of his armor through the banging detonations. Talos spoke a single word. Prey sight. As the blur of dull thermal movements came charging toward him, as if...
Prey sight? I think I've heard of that before. Yeah, I think I've heard of that before. I just can't remember where exactly. Someone who commented... Was it Anthrax Crab? Were you the one who was talking about prey sight? I can't remember right now. But okay, let's continue. Sorry.
Every bolt he fired was dodged with ease. Talos filled his 3 lungs with the blood-rich air of this wrecked bridge. As deep and echoing as the first thunderclap of a breaking storm, he roared his hatred at her. Within the Calidus assassin, training and instinct met in honed, focused fusion. That fusion split within Shen, as she lost the second of her senses. The depriving assault hit her as hard and as fast as the first. A moment of ear-splitting pain lanced through the core of her mind, shaking her hearing, and all was suddenly silent.
Wow. So her eardrums bursted? She has lost her sight and her hearing ability. Oh my gosh.
She had no idea if the Night Lord was still screaming, or had fallen quiet after detecting his triumph. Her senses were killed. She only felt the air shaking around her as her enemy moved again.
And also probably the ground. You can probably feel a little bit of the vibrations as he moves forward. Because he's in a cumbersome, heavy armor. And he's in the Astartes. I'm sure you can feel, those footsteps on the ground as well.
As the bolt slashed past, blinded, deafened, she twisted in her sprint and left it where she was certain the Astartes must be. Her estimation was, as always, perfect. But Talos held her, embracing her with the gentleness of a lover. My father told me of this night, he whispered to her, and I never believed him. I never believed I would disobey him until you came into our house and took him from us. Shem never heard his words. The assassin dropped her blade. As her gloved fingers uncurled almost against her will, she felt the heavy weapon thump against her boot. Strengthless arms wouldn't move. The Night Lord's chain sword yet impaled her on his blade. She'll be dead within moments. God Slayer, she said to him, never hearing her own words. That is how I will be remembered.
Godslayer. Godslayer Imshael. Godslayer.
Talos blinked stinging tears from his eyes. His thumb edged closer to the chainsaw's activation rune. Threat, threat, threat. The warning runes flickered. Talos clicked them away, clearing his red visor vision display of all but the assassin's masked face and her hollow, bleeding eye sockets. Ave Dominus Nox.
Ave Imperator, glorious in excelsis Terra.
He whispered, and gunned the impaling chainsword into life. He drifted for 16 hours, alone in one of the boarding pods left by the ravaged survivors of First Company. In the absolute silence, he had only his grief and satisfaction to pass the time. His father was dead. His legion was broken, as the ambitious captains fought over the scraps.
Wait, is that... So wait, is this Imshael's head? Is that Talos, holding by the hair? Imshael's head? Is that it? Huh. But it doesn't look like the face has melted, so I don't think it's her. Yeah.
The Imperium was coming to scour the traitors from the material universe. A new vision washed over Talos. A future millennia in the making. A grim dark universe of only war.
You speak of disunity. Your legion lacks a figurehead.
Many
Hey, wait a minute. Oh my gosh, is that Abaddon? I think it's Abaddon, yeah. Okay, Abaddon, the despoiler.
claim to be the Night Haunter's heir. The Talon Master has vanished, but his claim was no stronger than any other. Too many other leaders have similar items once carried by our father. Captain Acerbus leads the largest coalition of companies. But again, his insistence reeks of desperation and need. No true claimant has come forth, as you did with your legion.
Yeah, well, there is no true claimant when it comes to the 8th Legion. Because you're all, you're criminals. There's no way any of you are going to be led by another. Unless if it's the Primarch. Or maybe Sevatar. But, yeah, you guys are just not meant to be cohesive that way.
Our father's throne sits empty.
I mean, when you look at the Iron Hands, the 10th Legion, after the death of their Primarch, they did not collapse into chaos. They did not just dissolve as a legion. They still worked together. They still kept to each other, and they were bent on making sure that the traitor legions would suffer for what they had caused to the Imperium of Man, and of course, in particular, to their father. So, yeah, when you compare what has happened to the 10th Legion and you compare what's happening here with the 8th Legion, it's like night and day.
Again, I hear the disquiet in your words.
I am not hiding it, Warmaster.
Admirable. So tell me, does your heart not cry out to take that throne yourself?
Talos froze. He hadn't expected this. He suspected the Warmaster would seek to use his curse in some way, perhaps even drawing him into the ranks of the Black Legion as a pet advisor. But this...
So everybody knows that you can see into the future, Talos? Huh. Something like that, I would have tried to keep it a secret.
This was new, and, he suspected, it was a bluff designed to throw off his thoughts into disparity.
No.
You hesitated.
You asked a difficult question.
Abaddon walked closer to Talos, his boots crushing debris beneath each thundering tread. The helms and human skulls impaled upon the trophy rack rattled together, birthing a clanking melody like some barbarous musical instrument. Threat. The rune flickered, and the Night Lord looked through his red vision at the Warmaster, no more than 10 meters distant. He couldn't help but compare him to the original bearer of the title, Horus, beloved son of the Emperor, Lord of the 18 Legions. Talos had only seen the first Warmaster once, but it was a moment of devastating potency in the storm of his memory.
I saw the first Warmaster once.
He voiced aloud, without meaning to. Abaddon chuckled, a series of throaty, predatory grunts.
Where?
Daromar. We fought alongside the Lunar Wolves in the capitals.
Abaddon openly sneered at the use of his legion's first name, before they become the Sons of Horus, in honor of their Primarch, and long before they become the Black Legion to expunge the shame of their father's failure.
Days of blindness and war, based upon the darkest.
True, but they were days of unity.
Talos said, recalling the majesty of Horus at the head of his legion, his armor of grey-white, polished to a finish of ivory and pearl. He was human, but more. Astartes, but more. Contained within the first Primarch was all that was great and glorious within humanity, distilled to perfection by the flesh myths and gene weavers of the Emperor's hidden fortress. To stand within his sight was to bathe in light, to be flooded by inspiration more vital and real than the singing chemicals pumping through Astartes' blood. His eye-aching brilliance, Horus drew everything to him, merely by taking the field. He ensured he was the fulcrum upon which everything spun. He became the heart of the battle, a maelstrom of slaughter, untouched by the mud and the blood of the battlefield, even as he reaped the lives of the foe. And Talos had barely seen him. He formed his opinion of the living god from the other side of a cityscape battleground, seeing little more than the juddering images allowed by his helmet-zoomed vision. As he sought to assess the Lunar Wolves' front line, it had been like glancing at a moving painting of an ancient hero. He looked to Abaddon. How times change.
What do you recall of Warmaster Horus?
My eyes hurt in his presence, even from a distance. I am Nostramo born,
he added, knowing that would explain everything.
Oh, you mean like with your eyes? Oh, okay. Yeah.
You Night Lords. So literal.
The thought seemed to entertain him, which struck Talos as petty beyond belief. Clarity came upon him in that moment. Abaddon was an avatar for what the traitor legions had become.
Chaos Undivided Forces.
Talos watched him now, knowing neither of them were the equal of their Primarch progenitors. None of the legions could make that claim. They were all mere shadows of their fathers, and their fathers had failed. The thought was a humbling one, and the weak claws of melancholy reached for his conscious mind again. These encroaching thoughts he dismissed with a scowl, refocusing his attention by acquiring target locks on the weak points of Abaddon's armor plating. Precious few existed, but he felt his armor's machine spirit responding, awakening again, teased back into anger. It helped him focus.
You have still not stated your reasons for summoning me, Warmaster.
I will be blunt, then. After all, we have a crusade to forge in the coming days. Tell me, Prophet, have you seen anything of the Crythe war in your recent visions?
No,
lied Talos immediately.
No?
The Warmaster narrowed his eyes.
I have seen nothing that will help you plan. Nothing that will bring you new information or aid you in any way.
I think his ability to see into the future all mainly revolves around Talos and not, seeing other people or other locations. He sees anything and everything that affects him. That's what I suspect. Yeah. Unlike his father, where his father sees everything that affects him from the future, and also he sees the grandest the grander scale of different locations and characters, or should I say people, across the galaxy. That's what I think. Yeah. With Talos, his ability to see into the future is much more personal compared to his father's one that is able to expand further than just his own personal future. That's what I suspect. I don't know. I could be wrong about that.
But you have seen something.
Nothing you have any right to know.
The claws chimed quietly as they clanged together, Abaddon closing and opening his gauntlet just
Prepare to fight. Talos, prepare to fight.
once.
I am not famous for my patience,
He said slowly, his voice ripe with threat.
but it is enough that my suspicions are confirmed. You are a seer, and you have seen what will come.
You seem to care a great deal about my visions. I thought you had sorcerers of your own.
A streak of amused pride colored his words. Abaddon didn't seem to notice, or to care if he did.
They are having difficulty piercing the warp's veil. You, evidently, have done what they cannot. You have witnessed the future. It should not surprise you that a commander would wish dearly for such information. Talos, my brother, I have an offer for you.
I refuse. I thank you for the honor of
Hey, Talos, hey. He's wasting no time.
whatever this offer might have been, but my answer is no.
Why so blatant a refusal?
Abaddon scowled now, the first time he had, and the grimace revealed filthy, blackened teeth behind his bluish lips.
Blackish teeth and bluish lips? Why do you have blue lips? And why are your teeth black? What are you eating? Why aren't you brushing your teeth? What lipstick are you using for blue lips? Like, what's going on? Oh, Abaddon, okay. Oh, gosh.
If you are offering me the chance to lead the 8th Legion, I refuse because it is an impossible task, and not one within your power to grant.
Yeah, you don't have authority over the 8th Legion. Abaddon, the Despoiler, you don't have authority over them. If you did, then it would be a different matter altogether, but you don't. I mean, that is why you were asking Talos if he's interested in that position. Not that you are giving him a command to take command of the 8th Legion, because it's not in your powers to do that, because they are not under your control. And nobody is going to be able to control them, I think, because they're just too, independent and criminalistic in their attitude and in their demeanor. Yeah, they just won't follow anyone.
If you are asking me to leave my legion, I refuse because I have no interest in doing so.
You reject my offer without hearing it.
Your offer will not be in my interests. There is little of any legion in what remains to us, Warmaster. I no longer believe we will be the death of the Imperium. I no longer believe we are true to our fathers. Corruption has its claws deep within many of us.
Including you, Abaddon.
Then why do you still fight?
Abaddon's glower remained, his teeth clench and his eyes roar in their open glare.
Because I have nothing else. I was born to fight, and forged in the fires of war. I am Astartes. I fight because it is right that we fight. The Emperor abandoned the Great Crusade and demanded humanity pave the way for his ascension to godhood. I don't expect to topple him from the Golden Throne, but such hubris, such evil must always be opposed.
And what of Curse?
Talos stepped closer, his muscles bunched.
You will not speak his name with such disrespect, Abaddon.
You think you intimidate me, worm?
Oh.
I think I address your Primarch by his title as the first Warmaster, despite his ultimate failure. You will do the same honor for the Lord of my Legion, who was vindicated even in death.
Then tell me, what of the Night Haunter? Does his murder mean nothing to you?
The Emperor betrayed my Gene Father. Even without the Great Heresy's ideals, the need for vengeance alone would be enough for me to live my life only to see the Imperium fall. But you are right.
At this, Abaddon nodded again.
I respect the Night Lords as brothers, but you are right. You are a broken legion.
And you are not?
Talos. Talos. Hey, be careful. Be careful. Oh, Talos. Oh, gosh. Oh, I did not expect that. Talos.
The Warmaster turned, his voice dropping to a threatening murmur.
What?
Be careful, Talos.
Did you say?
Threat, threat, threat. The rune flickered.
Do you fight, Warmaster, because you believe you can still win? After centuries of defeat, after failed Black Crusades, after infighting and war has bled your legion dry and draped you in ignominy among the other legions, is it not true your men are slave to demons to make up for the great losses you have sustained since the death of your Primarch?
Well, yes, it's true.
You leech strength from other sources because your own legion's might is almost gone.
Silence
Oh, damn.
answered his proclamation.
This meeting is a facet of that. You wonder about how my power will benefit your failing armies.
Abaddon might have laughed.
Talos, can you fight? I know you're in Astartes and you... Yeah, you're in Astartes, right? And you're apothecary. But can you fight? Because I'm telling you now, prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Because Abaddon, I think, is going to fight you. Wow. Where did this come from? Sure. I thought Savitar was the only one who could, burn people this way. But no, Talos can do the same. Oh, hey.
It would have been an act of a great leader to laugh, to humor a lesser warrior,
But that's not Abaddon.
to bring him around to his own way of thinking through persuasion and empathy, even if it were all false. But Abaddon was not such a leader. He was shrewd enough, at least, to guess Talos would never be fooled. The storm bolter barked once.
And then what happened? Oh my gosh. Whew. The storm bolter barked once. Oh gosh. No, Talos, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. You are killing me. Crythe. Okay. Crythe. Wow. Talos.
The sins of the father, they say. Maybe, maybe not. But we were always different. My brothers and I, we were never truly kin with the others. The angels, the wolves, the ravens. Perhaps our difference was our father's sin. Perhaps it was his triumph. I am not empowered by anyone to cast a critical eye over the history of the 8th Legion. These words stick with me, though. The sins of the father. These words have shaped my life. The sins of my father echo throughout eternity as heresy. Yet the sins of my father's father are worshipped as the first acts of godhood. I do not ask myself if this is fair. Nothing is fair. The word is a myth. I do not care what is fair, and what is right, and what's unfair and wrong. These concepts do not exist outside the skull of those who waste their life in contemplation.
Yeah, you think too much. You and the rest of your legion, you think too much. You should not be thinking about anything of the sort. You should not be thinking about how your father was wronged or seeking revenge. You should not be thinking about betraying the Imperium of Man. You should not be thinking about betraying the Emperor. But you did. You did care that you were lied to. You did care that the Emperor, as you thought that he was betraying you, that your usefulness was coming to an end, and that he was going to be elevated into a far more powerful position. That should not matter to you. None of these things should matter to you. You are a tool. You're supposed to just be obedient and, work until your death for the Imperium of Man. That's it. That's what you should be doing. But you didn't do it because you cared. Because you had your own ambitions.
Ask myself night after night if I deserve vengeance. I devote each beat of my heart to tearing down everything I once raised. Remember this, remember it always. My blade and bolter help forge the Imperium. I and those like me, we hold greater right than any to destroy mankind's sickened empire.
You have no such right. Because you are a tool. You're not supposed to be thinking in ways, that elevate your own position as if you're important. When you are not, you are a tool. That is what you are. That is what the Emperor has created you to do. To work tirelessly until your death for the Imperium of Man. That is it. Thinking of your own self-importance in the contribution of creating the Imperium of Man should not be something you should be thinking about.
For it was our blood, our bones, and our sweat that built it. Look to your shining champions now, the Adeptus Astartes that scour the dark places of your galaxy, the hordes of fragile mortals enslaved to the Imperial Guard, and shackled in service to the throne of lies. Not a soul among them was even born when my brothers and I built this empire.
Nobody cares. You're a heretic. You're a traitor. You should die. That's it.
Do I deserve vengeance?
No.
Let me tell you something about vengeance. My brothers and I swore to our dying father that we would atone for the great sins of the past. We would bleed the unworthy empire that we had built, and cleanse the stars of the false emperor's taint. This is not mere vengeance. This is redemption. My right to destroy is greater than your right to live.
Hey, Talos. You're funny, man. You're so funny. Really, you are funny.
Remember that when we come for you. Talos stands before the Warmaster Abaddon. It has been over 10,000 years in the material universe. 10,000 years since Talos, First Claw, and many of the Night Lord warbands had retreated into the Eye of Terra, in a realm where the laws of physics didn't apply, and where time was in flux. To Talos it has been mere centuries, since the war that took him to Terra, but since that night his father had died, and he had cradled his severed head in his arms, everything was breaking or broken. First Claw had lost Sarzel in the evacuation from Tsagulsa. As the
Oh, Sarzel's dead. Okay. Alright.
Imperial forces had come for revenge. Sarzel's chain axe, now inherited by Uzas of Third Claw, whose
Uzas of Third Claw. Okay. Not First Claw. Alright.
joining was met with disdain. Their sorcerer Reuven had abandoned them after First Claw escaped to Vandred's ship, the Covenant. Seemingly dissatisfied with the meaningless raiding nomadic lifestyle the Eighth was forced to live with. Even Vandred, a man he had once respected, had been swallowed by corruption. The Exalted, the creature called itself.
A demon.
In Terminator plate literally twisted and molded by the taint of the warp.
Whoa, he's in Terminator plate? Plate armor. Huh.
The very presence of it grated on Talos. It was that twisted monster whose very alliance with the despoiler Abaddon had put him before the Warmaster. In his own suit of Terminator war plate, the Warmaster dwarfed his men and the Atramentar alike, and the consummately crafted black ceramite he wore was beckoned with ornate finery.
This is as close as they can get to becoming like their fathers, you know, wearing Terminator armor, being taller than the rest of the Astartes, you know, making it seem as if their father has returned, a second coming of Horus Lupercal, Abaddon the Despoiler. You know, if he wore regular Astartes armor plate, you know, I don't think anyone really would have taken him seriously. But because he's wearing Terminator armor, it's imposing. It's making him look larger than he really is. You know, it's all based on optics and, of course, some military advantage. You know, it's not really easy to kill someone who's wearing Terminator armor.
Emblazoned with brass and bronze edges, and bearing the glaring, slitted, fire-orange eye of Horus at the center of his chestplate. A cloak of grey-white fur, the hide of some huge wolf beast, was draped across his massive shoulders.
Guys, where do you guys get these wolves? Do you go to Fenris? Where do you guys get these wolves? Wolf pelts? Because also Horus Lupercal had the same thing. And I'm asking myself, where are you guys getting these wolves? where?
As with his elite warriors, his back sported spear-like trophy racks, each of them impaling a clutch of Astartes helms. Several of them were at an angle to stare lifelessly at Talos, their dead gaze an unsuitable reminder of the millions of lives lost to the Warmaster's machinations. In 10,000 years of rebellion and heresy, Abaddon's right hand ended in a vicious power claw of archaic, unique design. The bladed talons, as long as an Astartes arm, curved and glinted in the half-light of the flickering wall lamps. Horus, favoured son of the Emperor, had worn that gauntlet in the Great Crusade, and the heresy that followed. He'd used it to slay the angel Sanguinius, and wound the Emperor unto the edge of death. Now...
Wow, you're wearing a very important relic. A very, very important relic, Abaddon. Not only to Chaos, but also to the Imperium of Man.
The dread weapon graced the fist of his gene son, the leader of his fallen legion. That weapon alone almost brought the urge to kneel, to show respect to the one who had carried the blades of ultimate heresy. But it was the Warmaster's face that drew Talos' attention above all else. Abaddon would never be considered handsome, and the regal...
Oh, that is unfortunate. Horus Lupercal was considered to be handsome, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you didn't get that part from your father.
Lethality emanating from him was nothing a human could project. His face was lined and scarred from centuries of battle, the marks across his pale skin speaking of thousands of battles upon thousands of worlds. His head was shaven but for a top knot of his blue-black hair. In his eyes, Talos saw the death of the galaxy.
So he has black teeth, blue lips, blue-black hair. Hey, hey, okay, Abaddon. I don't know. If I were to see you, I think I would laugh. I'm sorry, man. you look like one of those rock star artists, you know. Yeah, like heavy rock. Yeah. You just need a guitar, and then you'll look the part.
They burned with an inner.
Okay, I don't know about the black teeth. No, that's your own thing there. That's concerning. Maybe you need to brush your teeth. Yeah. Otherwise, with the blue lips, the blue black hair, yeah. You just need a stage, a guitar, and you're there.
Light, made bright by the dreams of conquest that infested his every waking moment, yet tinged with desperate fury. A longing to inflict vengeance upon the heart of the Imperium. Like chaos itself, Abaddon was a clash of contradictions, and Talos hated his warm, welcoming smile. You
It was fake.
could almost smell the corruption beneath the man's skin, a rank scent of charred metal and polluted flesh that teased the edges of Talos' senses. Just like themselves, the Warmaster was a poor imitation of that time of legend. Abaddon wanted him. The value of the 8th Legion's so-called Soul Hunter, the Prophet. The 8th Legion was broken, and in this war of vengeance only he, the despoiler, could take the battle to Terra. But Talos refused, and against his own better judgment, he implied he and his Black Legion were just as broken and weak. 2 bolter shots fired, and Talos fell to the ground.
Oh, I thought the Storm Bolter barked once. Oh, maybe because it's double barrel, right? Oh, okay. Alright.
His consciousness fading. In the weeks prior to this meeting, prior to this war of Crythe, the vision had come to Talos, as First Claw were cutting down thin-blooded Blood Angel scouts. Aurum, the relic Blood Angel sword Talos had acquired in the years since the heresy, had often drawn fools seeking to reclaim the chapter's relic. But something went wrong. Talos fell to the ground. The convulsions were painful. His body spasmed as Syrian carried him away. The exalted Marines and crew of the Covenant listened to the Prophet's howls and mad ramblings in reverence over the Vox. Crythe, Talos told the exalted, Abaddon's war would call them to the world of Crythe. Returning to his own quarters, Talos strode down the near-lightless corridors of the Covenant of Blood. Perfectly adapted to Nostraman eyes, humans made places their own, decorated and customized, but Nastartes was a weapon. Their mark was so easily extinguished when they too left this life, as Talos entered his barren quarters. 91 hours Talos had raved, lost in his vision. They were getting worse.
So when Talos sees the future, he goes into a convulsion of his body, and it affects him, kind of like a little stroke, and it gets worse every time he sees into the future. Okay. I wonder how did Conrad Kurz experience his visions into the future. I don't think he also had like a fit or a spasm type of event. I think with him he just witnessed it, but then he didn't really have any sort of physical affliction because of that. I don't know. Mentally, yes, he was unstable, but physically, I don't think his body was affected as he was witnessing the future, like how Talos is experiencing. Yeah. Interesting.
A slave stepped forward. Septimus.
Septimus. Okay. A slave.
Grimy middle-aged man, the seventh in the line of personal slaves Talos had owned. Some were murdered, some had even died of old age.
Wow. He didn't kill any of them?
Some had fallen by corruption. Syrian stepped in.
Okay, those ones he had to kill. Those ones he had to kill. He clearly is not in support of any sort of warp-related advantages or power or association. He doesn't want to do anything with it. So if one of his slaves is also being afflicted with the influences of the immaterium, he's going to kill you. Definitely.
The door's frame. Even now, after years of service, the presence of the legionaries spiked Septimus's fear. A rare, mirthless smile crept across Talos's face, enjoying the fear they inflicted upon the mortal. He told his brother he had seen another vision, another location they must visit before Crythe, and they were going home. They needed to go to Nostramo. A meteor drifted under the light of a cold and distant star. Eurydice, a navigator of House Mervillion of Terra, looked to the sky as the rogue trader ship she travelled with exploded in orbit. Something was coming. She hid in the dark, watching a mortal man with scruffy clothes and black hair walk by. And then the monster, a myth of this age, an Adeptus Astartes in midnight blue plate, with lightning streaks across it. It was draped in chains and skulls. She took the crowbar in her hand and lashed out, only to be snatched and throttled by the superhuman. She unveiled her navigator's third eye upon her forehead. To look within was to drink of the very same madness of the warp. But the Astartes was unaffected. No. Behind the helm, he had closed his eyes. How did he know?
You can see to the future.
How could he have foreseen? I am Talos, the monster spoke, and you are coming with me.
Okay, I guess he has another slave.
A horde of servitors and a navigator, now named Octavia.
Octavia. Navigator. And also she's a slave. Yeah. Right.
The eighth slave. A prize from the visions of the prophet of the eighth. But yet another move that cemented the resentment of the exalted. And Talos knew it. How the exalted hated how valuable he was, and the influence he was unwillingly wielding within the warband. Even the Atramentar, the elite terminators of First Company, respected the Soul Hunter, and it made Talos feel good to upset the creature that had once been Vandred. To the space above Crythe, the Covenant finally drifted. Amongst the vessels of other traitor legions it nestled.
The Covenant, that's the name of their vessel? Alright.
In the center floated the Vengeful Spirit, flagship of the Warmaster Abaddon, a place where two Primarchs had died, and where the Emperor of Mankind was crippled. A wicked display in this 40th millennium, where living myths sailed the stars. The Imperial fleet arrayed against them held the line, as in the disquieting vacuum of space, munitions roared across the miles of emptiness. Even in the life he was known by Vandred, the Exalted was praised for his genius in void warfare, a statement put to the test as the Covenant of Blood roared in front of the traitor line. It was suicide, a ramming attack vector that would kill the enemy and the Covenant. Only mere miles away the Covenant pivoted hard, a barrage of all its guns and that of the Armada slammed into the pride of the Emperor, a relic of the heresy's age.
The pride of the Emperor? Oh, what type of class vessel is that?
The maneuver had definitely killed many of the mortal crew, but from the pride of the Emperor, the Exalted saw the ripples of the Imperial shields fail. The drop pods were launched. Talos felt the violent rumble. Zal and Syrian always took it in silent stoicism, as Uzas screamed over the Vox, "Skulls for the Skull Throne."
Alright, Korn, Astartes member.
With a dragon's roar, the boarding torpedo bit through the hull of the Imperial vessel. First Claw was in. They were at the bridge door. The terrified Imperials could hear the monsters knocking, as a blade of gold began to pierce through its reinforcements. For the Emperor, the terrified humans screamed, only for another voice to speak back at them. Prey sight. A primal roar, a reptilian-like scream pushed from 3 lungs, and amplified from an Astartes Vox pulsed through the Imperials. Ears bled, and all writhed in agony as Talos, Zal, Syrian, and Uzas strode through the smoke of the chamber's door. The Admiral was the last to fall, praying to his God Emperor. God Emperor, Talos spat. He had seen the Emperor a few times. Perhaps he was not a man, but he was no god. First Claw were darting their way back to the boarding vessels. Uzas seemed to be more coherent. Perhaps his bloodlust had been sated as he snarled, what should they do? The Warmaster's fleet was picking the ship apart like carrions to a corpse. The ship was breaking with them in it. Zal grabbed a human attempting to flee past. The man's uniform looked like every other, white and generic. He lifted the struggling man off the ground by his greasy hair, holding the officer's yelling face closer to his blood-stained faceplate. Through the Vox speakers in his helm's snarling mouth grill.
Imagine being carried by your hair. Oh. Anyways.
Zal's voice came out at an insane volume. Tell me where you are stationed. Is it gunnery deck? The officer, quite deaf now, hurriedly drew his pistol in shaking hands and fired it point blank into Zal's face. The small slug pinged against the ceramite, knocking Zal's head back a little before ricocheting with a wet crack back into the man's own forehead. Zal took one look at the deep red groove in the man's skull and dropped the corpse.
Yeah, well, at least he died very fast, you know. They were going to torture him. They were going to kill him slowly. So at least he died quick. I don't know about everybody else aboard this vessel, if they're going to have the same fate, to die quickly. Because, yeah, the 8th Legion is not known for their mercy killing. No ways.
Swearing in Nostraman, he could hear that bastard Syrian laughing over the Vox. He knew what they would say after this mission, how they already jested about his seemingly deft diplomacy. The ship was breaking around them as they charged to the outer hull. The ammunition was low. It was always low in this age of scavenging. But 4 bolters roared as they punched into the vacuum of space. First Claw was sucked out, Talos smashing his faceplate into the walls as Zal snagged his leg. Pain flared over Talos' body as his lungs felt that they might explode. Blood washed over one eye lens as First Claw floated amongst the debris. The lights of a Thunderhawk washed over them as Septimus brought them into the hold. Wounded and before the Exalted, Talos didn't hide his anger. 5 Astartes had been lost, even before they had a chance to board the ship. Ripped apart in their drop pod, the warband had been bleeding strength for decades, just like his Narcusian gauntlet. The role of apothecary had fallen by the wayside. The Exalted licked its lips, espousing that it was a shame, but it was all worth the Warmaster's favour. Talos wondered if Abaddon even knew.
I don't think he cares.
Skeleton crew that now operated as the 8th Legion. On Crythe, First Claw heard the bolt rounds outside the meeting of Talos and Abaddon. Zal, Syrian and Uzas readied their weapons as they stared down the Black Legion guard. But the Atramentar beside them told them to stand down. There was no hope for the Prophet. What would they do? Declare war on the Warmaster and die here? Was the Exalted that jealous? and threatened by the Soul Hunter, they thought. Or perhaps it was more than that. Perhaps he was being offered up to Abaddon. Would he choose to leave, just like Reuven had? Talos opened his eyes to nothingness. The invasion of Crythe had barely begun when he was summoned to the Warmaster's side, and upon its surface he had been betrayed. To one who usually saw through pitch darkness as naturally as a mortal man saw in daylight, this scene was both unwelcome and unfamiliar. He turned, still seeing nothing, unusual for an Astraman.
Yeah, you guys can see perfectly, almost perfectly in the dark.
He was unsure if this was because there was nothing to see in the blackness, or if he had lost his sight. It occurred to him with no small amusement that he'd inflicted this very fate upon so many mortals over the years.
Oh yeah, you did, yeah. Especially when you think about Imshen. How you blinded her, and you just watched her as she struggled to calm herself down and, try to figure out where you were. Because she's blind, she can't see, she just had to rely on her other senses. And she would hit, the air instead of hitting you. And you enjoyed watching, her struggle that way.
Forcing them to awaken in the darkness of the Covenant's interior. A cautious smile spread across his lips as he enjoyed the irony. The air was cold on his flesh. The first hints of sensation. He could see himself now, his hands before his face, bone white and blue veined, and his tunic of dark weave. He was out of his battle plate. How could this be? Had the wound been so terrible that First Claw had to cut him out of his armor? And wait, his wound. His pale hands pulled open the front of his robe, bearing his chest to the darkness. His torso, a pale, sculpted echo of ancient Romani marble statues of their warlike gods, was unbroken by any wound. A figure, a Night Lord, spoke to him. This was the war. His soul was in the war, and if he embraced the ruinous powers like this figure, he could be powerful beyond imagining. Other figures manifested about him, one behind, one to the left, one to the right.
I wonder, will you take any support from any of the gods? I wonder.
Taking the cardinal point around where he stood in the darkness, he couldn't focus upon them. Each time he turned, he saw nothing except the other, existing at the edges of his vision. Avatars of the gods of chaos manifested. Each figure a reflection of what he could be. Slanesh, offering him perfection. His talents already infected his brother Syrian. Talos recognized the next one, a weaver of fates. Vandred was already this one's slave. And then Karneth, a bloody reflection of himself. It offered strength. Uzas already offered skulls to it, and its power could soon be his. And at last, a rotted, bloated form who told him he had nothing to offer him.
Nurgle's like, I'm not interested in you.
Talos told them all to go to hell. He had learned of these entities in the long wars, centuries before. They were a blight in this universe, a tool at most. He saw how it ruined those he once respected, and spat on that path. Black fluid vomited from him, and he began to wake. Talos opened his eyes, his real eyes. He was alive. Abaddon hadn't killed him. He had tried to corrupt him. Mortal humans with weapons stood over his body.
I guess it's too important to kill. Because really, I thought I was really I was worried for Talos when he was talking to Abaddon the Despoiler. I thought he was going to start to fight almost immediately. But yeah, I guess he's just too important to be killed. And if you cannot convince him, you will try to convert him through the warp. But I guess even that failed. Yeah, his will is very strong.
Curious and prodding, prey sight, Talos whispered. His helmet switched to targeting arrays. His arm snatched forward and throttled the first one.
Okay, so when he says prey sight, his helmet, puts on a display for killing targets and their weak points and all that type of information that he uses against his enemies. Oh, alright.
Rose quickly and killed the rest, interrogating the last for who his master is. Who cast his soul into the warp? Reuven, the human, choked out as Talos murdered him. First Claw was gone. They had left Crythe. As Talos tried to contact them, but the Vox was dead. He ran towards the landing site of their Thunderhawk and found it covered in flame and blood. Septimus's body lay bloody and wounded within. They had taken her, Octavia the Navigator. Talos used his apothecarian training to stabilize Septimus. It kept his anger in check for that moment.
You actually saved Septimus, your slave. Wow. I mean, yeah. I guess in some sort of way you're not good, but, at least you're good to your... never mind. But it's just interesting that you don't just leave your slave to die while you go and focus on getting revenge against Reuven and everybody else who has betrayed you. You save the life of Septimus. That's interesting. I didn't expect that.
They had tried to corrupt him. Vandred, Abaddon, Reuven, to make him a talented puppet, a personal prophet of the Warmaster. And now they had stolen his resource, his one advantage within the warband. He was going to kill them for this. The Soul Hunter left the Thunderhawk and began to run. He was on the hunt. His blood was pumping. He felt true purpose flood his veins, and it felt good. How long had it been? Reuven's lackeys, the ones who had taken Octavia, would be his prey. Once again, mortal men would know the fear of the Night Haunter's sons. For 6 minutes, a superhuman warrior darted through the rubble of Crythe, until the distinctive chatter of humans were picked up. Surrounding the beaten form of the Navigator Octavia, the cultists of Reuven awaited their master, until a monster appeared from the shadows. Talos killed them faster than he wanted. He felt their fear and he heard their screams. As he played a little with his kill, he freed her from once the ballrooms and noble quarters of Terra, and now half beaten and dead in the crumbling ruins of an imperial city. The Navigator, Octavia, thanked him. Feeling that made Talos uncomfortable, because for the first time in his life, he was in some light a hero.
Yeah, he is a hero to Septimus, he's a hero to Octavia, definitely. That's why I'm finding this so strange and unique, that those who are close to him, I'm using that word very loosely, but yeah, those who are close to him, he will protect them, he will save their lives. Yes, the relationship here is very master and slave like, but he makes sure that his property is protected. Yeah.
The voice of Reuven crackled over the box. Reuven of the Black Legion now. It had been decades since his abandonment of First Claw.
Okay, Reuven. Wow, so you've left the First Claw and you've become part of the Black Legion. Am I really surprised that you betrayed? No, I'm not surprised. I expect that from traitor Marines and Chaos Marines. Yeah, really. I'm not disappointed at all.
Reuven asked how could Talos refuse the offer of the gods? Because he was his father's son, Talos told him. He was Talos of the 8th. All he had left was his brothers and the ideals of the Night Haunter. He'd almost lost the asset Octavia, days after acquiring her. He'd almost lost Septimus, and had been offered on a platter to Abaddon. All so the Warmaster could weaponize his gift to vile gods. He spoke one last time to Reuben. Even during the Great Crusade, they had never liked each other. He promised that next time he saw him, he would kill him. The war on Crythe continued. The Warmaster's campaign had smashed and conquered most of the continent, and millions of Imperial defenders desperately tried to hold the line. In the orange haze of a setting sun, Talos, Zal, Syrian and Uzas rocketed down towards 7th Claw. They had already lost so many of their number. How many of their brothers would be sacrificed on the anvil of the Exalted and the Warmaster's battles? The survivors of 7th Claw, Adhemar and Sergeant Mercutian.
Adhemar and Sergeant Mercutian. Yeah.
Hunkered down as the enemy approached. Looming above, the god machines of a greater age warped, its towering strides rumbling the earth as the titans of Mars stalked these traitors. Talos and First Claw dashed through as the recovered Septimus distracted it with a Thunderhawk. Talos had a plan, he told 7th Claw, and it was damn near suicidal. Septimus unleashed all the munitions upon the towering god machine shields. Talos couldn't help but watch as they flickered. He drew Orium and raised it, darting across the dust and rubble, and plunging it deep into the steel joints. First Claw placed the melted charges of their fallen brothers within the wounds and ran, only to see Uzas screaming in madness.
He must be screaming, "Blood for the blood god!"
Exalting skulls and a throne. Talos tackled his brother and struck, trying to wake him, only for him to stare into the barrel of a plasma cannon the size of a tank. This is not where I die, he thought. He had not foreseen his death here, but the moments felt like an eternity. An explosion roared from the Titan's leg, and the towering hulk began to topple. The Princeps controller felt the pain sting through him, connected through his machine spirit, the pain transferring through the neural receptor network that tied God Machine to man. He opened his eyes to see the intruders who had now cut their way into this corpse. First Claw ascended within the machine.
Are they going to make you into a slave as well, or are they going to kill you? What's going to happen here?
Like parasites in a gut, until they came face to face with their prize. I am Talos, and you are coming with me.
Oh, okay, another slave.
With the gene seed of their fallen brothers still bloody and wet on person, with a captured Princeps and a fallen Titan, Talos should have felt exalted, but he felt no victory, no glory. This war, the Warmaster's war, was pointless. He was still not over what Abaddon had tried to do to him, and on the macro level Abaddon threw them at opponents such as the Mechanicus, men whose 8th Legion tactics of fear and psychological warfare were wasted upon. One could not inflict fear into a thing half machine. They had lost too many brothers, and Vandrid, or the Exalted, was more concerned with the threat that Talos posed to his leadership. A leadership that Talos didn't even desire. Talos was done. To the Hall of Remembrance he strode. He took the remnants of 7th Claw, Adhemar and Sergeant Mercutian, absorbing them into First Claw. He would brook no complaint from the Exalted. The clear hierarchies defined in the Crusade era were gone, but even the older Adhemar and noble-born Sergeant Mercutian acquiesced to the Prophet. A strange sensation flowed through Talos, a feeling he had rarely felt in his life.
The power of authority.
A sense that he had to change. that he had hope. He had to choose something to drag them out of this pointless cycle. He hung over a precipice, and he knew there'd be no going back. 10th Company was gone. The warband of the Covenant was dying, but something could stem the tide. Deltrian, a figure robed in black, one who had augmented himself to the height of an Astartes.
Daltrian?
With none of the inhuman muscle bulk. To Talos he resembled the skeletal harvester of life from the pre-Imperial Terran mythology. It was an image shared across the stars by so many colonized worlds, even those that had evolved independently of far, far distant Earth. A reaper of souls. Deltrian's face, visible from under the black cowl, seemed to play with this conceit, for reasons Talos had never fathomed. A silver skull grinned at the Astartes. The face was formed from chrome and plasteel, shaped to the man's facial bones.
Wow.
Perhaps even replacing the skin and bone itself. A Vox-Sponder unit, like a coal-black beetle on his still human throat, emitted Deltrian's mechanical voice. There was an unusual tone of respect emanating from Talos' own voice, conversing with the Dark Mechanicum priest that had joined them since Horus's war. Talos had no need to be polite, because what he asked brought out the closest thing of human excitement from the tech priest. He asked him to awaken Captain Malcharian. This was his gambit. This could change the path of the warband, and most of all, it would deeply upset the Exalted.
Make sure you put Malcharian in his Dreadnought suit. Make sure you do that.
Zal and Syrian stood.
Not just the sarcophagus. You must put him inside a Dreadnought suit.
By the sleeping Dreadnought sarcophagus, while the rites of awakening were performed. The disgust between the two was unbearable. The Astartes who felt fear. Syrian, he wasn't worthy to be an Astartes to the duelist Zal. They were joined by the noble-born Mercutian, who hadn't quite earned their trust yet, but there was something they all knew. This awakening would not go undisputed. Talos looked up. Joining him inside the elevator's shaft stood Malek of the elite Terminators, the Atramentar. That first company had been broken upon Sevatar's disappearance, their loyalty claimed by various warlords such as Vandred once. As a courtesy, Malek had come with a warning. He asked Talos if he was blind to what he was doing. Did he think he was the only one who held their father's counsel? The servitors, the navigator Octavia, the princeps prisoner. It all looked as if he, Apothecarian Talos, was trying to rebuild the company in his image. Should the Exalted's own navigator die or fail, all would look to Talos. And now he was making himself a target for the Exalted. The Vox pinged from Syrian. It was beginning.
I think 10th Company of, well, it doesn't exist, but First Claw, I think they have to vacate. They have to vacate the Covenant, the ship where what's his name again? The Exalted, Vandred the Exalted is in command of. They have to vacate that vessel and, I don't know, look for a new home base or a new ship for them to occupy, and let them have their own peace of mind. Because them staying on the Covenant with all these other, Night Lords who are supporting different factions, it's going to cause problems. Septimus will probably die in the crossfire. So, also Octavia and this princeps that he has also acquired. They're all under threat. All of his valuable jewels or tools are under threat. And his own brothers are also going to be under threat. So maybe they have to leave. They'll have to leave the ship and find their own way.
Within the halls of remembrance, the doors opened. A figure in Terminator plate, shouldering depictions of an Nostraman saber cat, and armed with lightning claws that sparked with hateful energy. Vral, the pet of the Exalted, licked his teeth and charged. The Binaric and human screams of Deltrian were drowned out as Zal, Surian, and Mercutian fought desperately against the walking tank. Blood, sparks, and bolterfire flew around the sacred chamber as First Claw were thrown around like dolls, only able to score minor hits against this beast. Surian's arm was cut off below the elbow.
Oh man.
And Mercutian was down. Zal prepared for the onslaught when a revving sound powered up. 6 explosive rounds capable of piercing through a tank eviscerated Vral's body. Zal looked to see a dreadnought walking forward. I heard bolt of fire. A voice emanated from distorted speakers. The War Sage had arisen. The command room had never been so full. The entire warband had come to witness the awakened Captain Malcharian, the War Sage, the legend. The Exalted watched the dreadnought like a raptor, thinking of the mangled corpse that sat within. 2 voices screamed in fear within the Exalted's body. Malcharian was a man feared by the human and the demon within. You have changed, Malcharian said. You are uglier than I remember. Hear me, Vandred. I have awoken, torn from an eternity of nightmares, each one a memory of our greatest failure. The Soul Hunter tells me that the war calls once more. You will tell me of that war. He was last a man fighting on the walls of Terra. 3 champions slain, their trophies added to his rack. And now he stood, half dead, but still the Legion's greatest relic, and an asset for Talos. A tool to steer the direction of the warband. First Claw prepared in their arming chamber. Once again, after months of battle, they were destined for Crythe. How is the Voidborn? Syrian asked Septimus. The slave froze, concern barely hidden upon his half-mechanical face. The Voidborn, a child born to the slave population within the Covenant of Blood. A symbol of hope, even for the Astartes. A child born in a near lightless warren, hit close to home for the Nostramans within the Maw. Even Talos had offered her his personal protection. Murder was common within the dark and damp halls of the Covenant.
So, the Voidborn is like a mascot? Okay.
Between the mortal men and women, and especially the Astartes, who liked to practice the arts they honed during the Great Crusade on
practice.
The unwilling victims. Once again, the warband landed upon Crythe. Imperial defenders were broken and crushed, as once again Malcharian the War Sage headed to battle. Even other Night Lord warbands looked on in awe at the machine of death, his autocannon booming as he screamed war chants over his scrambled vox. It invigorated Talos to witness it, but at the height of their supremacy, the warning came through. The Warmaster had made another mistake. The Blood Angels chapter had broken through the rear guard in the void. The Covenant was going to be boarded immediately. The Exalted finally saw it, as the Warmaster ordered the Covenant to intercept like a sacrificial lamb. Finally, the Warmaster Abaddon had made too many mistakes. Talos was right. The Covenant of Fire dove. Flames scorched the surface as through a mangled mouth. The Exalted ordered all claws and the Night Lord warbands to retreat back to the Covenant. The war was over. The Eighth were never meant for an open fight. But if the Blood Angels were coming, they would kill them. Ave Dominus Nox, the Exalted spoke. We are being boarded by Blood Angels. Kill them all. Talos felt his soul sing as he stood beside First Claw. Zal, Syrian, Uzas, Mercutian and Adamar. Back aboard the Covenant they hid within the shadows of the near-pit black holes. Time in the eye of Terra had left its mark, as warp taints were strong within these sections. First Claw fell down upon the advancing Blood Angels, Aurum cleaving through ceramite, and chainswords and bolters ripped apart the false Emperor's servants. The howls of Uzas only stopped as his mouth was filled with blood and torn out gene seed. Slowly the Night Lords picked apart the Blood Angel borders. Traitor, loyalist and human serf bodies piled high throughout the ship as the hours went on. First Claw pushed deeper as another wave of Ninth Legion suns flooded towards them, and then the ground began to rumble. Talos' black eyes widened as a walking tomb pounded at them.
The War Sage.
A Blood Angel's dreadnought bellowed out in challenge.
What?
Only for an equally intimidating and emotionless voice to answer back.
Oh, okay, now it's the War Sage.
And that voice soothed Talos like a balm as Malcharion the War Sage entered the fray. The dreadnoughts clashed in a violent storm of metal and sound, each thrust shearing off ceramite as two titans fought amongst the men at their feet. First Claw and the War Sage fought like animals, the wounds on Talos pouring life essence as he felt his superhuman genetics fail to keep up with the damage being taken. Adamar, the veteran, died before him, and others collapsed due to their injuries.
Wow, okay.
But when the last Blood Angel fell, silence reigned. The War Sage, Malcharion's dreadnought, lies still, tangled in the mess of the Blood Angel's warrior that had put him within it 10,000 years before. Talos, Zal and Syrian dragged themselves to the Blood Angel's sarcophagus, cutting it open and gutting the mangled corpse with Aurum's clean edge. Malcharion had earned his rest, though Talos had only awoken him a short time before. In defiance of the Exalted's will, Malcharion had earned his rest.
Yeah, hey, he's free at least. Because I know it's an honor to be in a dreadnought, right? But it's still also a prison. It's a prison. And, you know, Captain Malcharion is now free. The War Sage can finally rest. And that's good. Because he begged. He begged to die during the Siege of Terra. But they were like, no, you can't die. We're going to keep you alive. We're going to put you in a dreadnought. And you will serve the 8th Legion. So yeah, at least now he can finally rest. Let me see here, he's dead. And what of Uzas?
Talos fell to the ground, his wounds pouring. He kicked over another Blood Angel corpse, claiming its armor for himself. The attack had been repelled, the fires faded, and the blood coagulated. Still a smoking ruin, the Covenant jumped into the warp. The Covenant of Blood was near broken after the escape from Crythe. First Claw had time to heal their wounds, until information came to them that changed everything. The Covenant drifted above an Imperial world. An ecclesiarchal priest cheered to the thousands and the millions, whilst within the shadows, a demon waited for its kill, only for the Lords of Night to ambush the very killer itself. First Claw captured an Imperial assassin, and the torture began. They would find what they needed. They would find the secret they know was being kept from them. Barely a mangled mess, and taking longer than expected, they found the truth of a...
Oh gosh, I can imagine. Ugh, mangled mess?
rumor that had been spread to them. The war bands of the 8th Legion, a massing of thousands of Astartes, sieged an Imperial monastery. First Claw had the honor of leading the foot slog towards the walls. Out of the snow they passed the corpses and wreckage, delving within the monastery's catacombs, where they would eventually find it. Here they would find what they were looking for, an ancient recording, 10,000 years in its making, from M. Shen to the Inquisition. A damaged and static-ridden recording of the Night Haunter's last moments. It was sacrilege that the Imperials had ever had it. Legionaries cried under their helms, chanting Ave Dominus Nox.
Ave Dominus Nox means hail what? Hail the darkness, right? Or the night. Yeah, okay.
Beginning in a low whisper, into a thundering howl that rocked the very walls itself. Not since the death of their father had so many brothers been in one place. Not since the night that Talos lost his father had the Legion been whole. The warbands once again split, as the Covenant sought to replenish. The Exalted's navigator had been assassinated by the Blood Angels, only leaving Octavia, Talos' slave, to take the mantle.
Yeah, Talos is now, in a very powerful position within the Covenant of... It's the Covenant of Blood. That's the full name of the ship, right? Yeah. He is in a very powerful position now.
Despite of the war they had suffered on Crythe, the warband's numbers had been swelled by other Night Lords of fellow warbands, caught out by Abaddon's failure. Even the Raptors of the Bleeding Eyes cult. Tortured and twisted creatures by the warp that even First Claw was hesitant to share a room with. But the Covenant itself was in dire shape. The blood-soaked halls held a sorrowful, terrified air. Even the Void-born child, the symbol of hope, had been cut down during the Blood Angels' boarding. They needed to rebuild. Noble-born of Terra Octavia assumed the Navigator's throne, and the Covenant once again entered the warp.
You will come with us to Vilimus.
I knew this was all going too well.
Syrian voxed over a private channel. Talos ignored him.
That is the price of my aid. When we lay siege to Vilimus, your forces will be in the vanguard.
The seated figure added. Lord Huron's throne room in Hell's Iris was hardly devoted to any suggestion of subtlety.
Huron. Luft Huron? Luft Huron. No, maybe it's someone else who has the name Huron. Yeah, okay. No, never mind, guys.
The station's war room had been converted to a monarch's chamber, repleted with a raised throne and rows of crusade banners hanging from the ceiling. Rows of bodyguards, supplicant and beseechers lined the walls, human, renegade, and creatures lost in the mutable state of those enthralled to chaos worship. The decking showed its stains with unwashed pride, blood, burns, and greyish slime in equal measure, while the air bore the stink of something sulphurous, rising from beneath the gathered warriors. It all added to the pain-muzzled buzzing inside the prophet's skull.
Nothing,
Mercutian voxed quietly,
bears the same stench as a red Corsair haven.
Talos had replaced his own helm upon entering the station.
We have to agree to his wishes. Huron won't let us leave alive if we refuse.
His offer is suicide.
Syrian pointed out,
We should confer with the Exalted,
replied Mercutian. Zar smiled behind his faceplate.
Well,
The enthroned figure asked. Lord Huron's ravaged features stared with delighted interest. He was not a man with a mind to hide his emotions.
The Red Corsairs. I don't... Do I know about the Red Corsairs? No, I don't think so. But it's very, it's interesting to hear that the commanding officer of the Red Corsairs has the name Huron. Yeah, there's only one Huron I know. There's only one Huron I know. And that is the Huron of the Bad Ab sector. Yeah.
and what remained of his human face was twisted into a leer that bled superiority. He knew he had won even before these dregs of the 8th Legion came before him to beg, and he felt no qualms in showing the triumph across his brutalized visage. Yet, even in his monstrous exultation, little of pettiness showed. He almost seemed to share the joke with First Claw. Talos rose from his knees. Behind him, First Claw did the same. Variel stood to the side, his face a careful mask of passionless boredom.
It will be done, Lord Huron. We agree to your terms. When do we sail?
Huron reclined in the osseous throne, the very image of an ancient, indecorous warlord.
As soon as my work crews have resurrected your broken covenant of blood, a month, maybe less, you will provide the materials.
Talos nodded.
The Ganges raid was most fruitful, my lord.
Ah, but you fled from the Marine's errand. Not as fruitful as the venture might otherwise have been, eh?
No, lord.
The Prophet watched the warlord, wishing it was easier to dislike Huron's disarming informality. A strange, reluctant charisma bled from the Corsair Lord's wounded cuirass in a trickling aura.
I watched the Covenant drift in, you know. How you let such a grand ship fall into ruin is, I suspect, something of a tale.
It is, sire.
Yeah, it is. It is. And hopefully Talos will explain it to you because, yeah, the politics, the internal politics within, First Claw and the 8th Legion and Abaddon and the other traitors and Chaos Marines, it's very interesting.
I would be glad to speak of it at a more opportune time.
Talos conceded. Huron blinked his dry eyes. Mirth enlivened them, and his shoulder guards rattled with the laughter he kept beneath his breath.
Now seems the perfect time, Night Lord.
Around the chamber were the rumbling chuckles of legionary voices.
Let us hear the story now.
Talos swallowed, his mind racing beneath the pain. Huron's conversational noose was as simple and blunt as it was unavoidable. In a moment of foolish instinct, he almost glanced at Variel.
My lord.
The Prophet inclined his head.
I believe you already know the vital aspects of our sufferance at Crythe. A more poetic voice than mine is required to do the tale any justice.
Huron licked.
Syrian, step up. I'm sure with your patronage to Slanesh, you will be able to, use some sort of skill that you might have from Slanesh in terms of speaking and, giving us a nice, entertaining story, I think. Yeah.
His corpse lips.
Indulge me. Speak to me of how you betrayed the Black Legion and ran from the Blood Angels.
More laughter from the armed audience.
I curse the Exalted for sending us to do this.
Syrian sighed.
He's baiting us.
Zal's voice was low, cold. The Prophet wasn't so sure. He bowed theatrically.
The Red Corsair commander, Huron, is funny. He's like a bully, yeah.
Feigning a role in the amusement at First Claw's expense.
Forgive me, Lord Huron. I forgot how difficult it must be for you to receive pure information on the war waged by the First Legions. Those of us who once walked at the sides of the Primarchs tend to forget how distant and isolated the lesser renegade Astartes must feel.
Talos, you're doing it again. Talos. Yeah. Talos. Oh, I like that clap back. I like it. Ooh.
I will tell you of Abaddon's preparations for the coming crusade, and the Night Lord's place within it, of course. I only hope you will enlighten us as to whatever games you and your pirates have been playing so far from the war's front lines.
As Talos' words fell across the silent chamber, Uzas sniggered like a child over the vox.
Hey, Uzas.
And you rebuke Saul for his diplomacy. You've killed us all, Prophet.
Mercutian sounded aghast. Talos said nothing. He merely watched the warlord upon the throne. The ranks of the Corsair stood at attention, waiting for the order to open fire. A stunted, inhumane creature skittered around their armored boots, cackling to itself. Huron, master of the Maelstrom, and the large...
So it is you. Aren't you supposed to be dead? The Badab War, you lost the Badab War, right? Well, okay, where I left off with Oculus Imperia, with his Badab War videos, yes, the Imperium of Man were, getting deeper into the Badab sector, within the Maelstrom Zone, I mean. And they were turning the tide against Luft Huron and his forces, the Maelstrom Warders. I remember that. But yeah, I don't remember the Imperium of Man, landing on Badab and taking the planet from Luft Huron. Yeah, for some reason I could not find Oculus Imperia's other videos pertaining to the Badab War. Yeah, so I'm not sure about that. But I thought you were defeated, Luft Huron. You're still here. And now you're calling your Astartes the Red Corsairs. You're no longer the Maelstrom Warders. You're no longer Astartes of the Badab sector. Huh. Wow, okay.
Largest pirate war fleet in the eastern reaches of the galaxy finally allowed his face to split into a smile. It took obvious effort to make the expression. The grin formed from twitching muscles and quivering, nerveless lips.
I would have liked to walk upon Nostromo. In my experience, its sons have an entertaining sense of humor.
Huron drummed his armored talons on the armrest of his throne, releasing...
It's really you, Luft Huron. Wow.
A mouthful of laughter closer to a gargle.
I am glad to entertain you, Lord, as always.
Talos was smiling himself.
You are still a soul blinded by overconfidence,
It is a curse.
The prophet agreed. The warlord gave another of his burbling, throaty chuckles, the sound of an unspat bile trapped in wounded lungs. Thin pistons compressed with clicks.
Why don't you just cough that out? Ew, man. No, ew.
Visible through the patchwork skin of the warlord's throat.
And what if I had not required you for this little task, Legionary? Then what?
Then you'd have aided us from the goodness of your own heart, Lord.
Okay, Talos.
I can see why the Exalted loathes you.
Yeah. Hey, Talos.
The Corsair Lord grinned again. It bled the tension from the chamber in a rush of acidic breath. Huron rose, gesturing to the Night Lord with oversized metal claw. At the movement, the creature loping around the chamber, a hairless, wretched little quadruped with skinny malformed limbs, scampered over to the warlord and climbed Huron's armor plating with its knotty talons. The Corsair Lord paid it no heed as it clutched onto his back-mounted power pack, gripping with his taloned hands. Swollen eyes glared at the Night Lords, and its awkward teeth clicked together in a stuttering rattle.
What is that thing? Is it like a genetically manipulated animal, or was it a human being that they transformed into whatever this thing is.
What the hell is that?
Exactly, Syrian. What is that?
Syrian breathed. Talos whispered a reply.
I'm not sure I want to know.
I do want to know. What is that thing?
It looks like someone skinned the spawn of a monkey and a dog. I believe one of you should tell the Blood Reaver that he has an abomination crawling over his back.
I think he knows, Sai.
Yeah, it's his pet.
Huron beckoned to them again, his claw squealing as its joints moved.
Come, warriors of the First Legions. I have something of yours that you may wish to see.
Huron's movements drew the prophet's eyes more than once.
And what is that?
The master of the Red Corsairs was a shattered creature, but his dragging limp belied the suppressed power in every jerking movement. Seeing him now, this close enough that the slowly flickering light glinted back from his tarnished armor plating, it was no trouble at all to discern why the former tyrant of Badab remained alive. Some warriors were too stubborn to die.
Yeah, definitely when it comes to Luft Huron, he fits that profile. He's too stubborn to die.
He been mortal, Talos suspected Huron's presence would be enough to cow him into obedience. Few other warlords exuded such an unpalatable aura of threat, born of a destroyed face, a pained smile, and the growl of fiber bundle cablings in his armor joints. But then, few other war leaders commanded a secessionist empire, let alone an astral kingdom of such immense size and might.
Something in my face interests you, Prophet?
Your wounds, my lord. Is there much pain?
Huron bared his teeth to the curious question. Both warriors were the painstaking product of extensive, archaic genetic manipulation and biosurgery, making pain a relative concept to post-human warriors with 2 heartbeats, 3 lungs, and the habit of spitting acid.
Great deal,
the Corsair Lord said, leaving it at that. Behind First Claw, the lumbering forms of the Red Corsair Terminators filled the corridor, plodding along in tank-like obstinance. The hairless little mutants scrabbled around their heels. Syrian kept casting looks back at it.
Syrian, stop looking at it, man. Stop looking at it.
Before I give you this gift,
Huron's tongue moistened his cracked lips again.
Tell me, Night Lord, why you risked that ludicrous jest with me in the throne room?
The answer came smoothly.
Your empire is a cancer webbing through the Imperium's heart, and it is said that you command as many warriors as any Legion Lord, except for the Warmaster himself.
Talos turned to glance at Huron, the warlord's broken features outlined by a target lock.
If there's anyone that's going to conquer or defeat the Imperium of Man, it is Luft Huron. It is his organization skills, his leadership style, the way he campaigns against the Imperium of Man, that is going to, become possibly a catalyst to the defeat of the Imperium of Man as the galactic government of humanity. Not Abaddon the Despoiler and his countless crusades, his countless crusades against the Imperium of Man. He is an event that occurs, periodically within the galaxy, but he doesn't really attain a solid victory that would shatter the Imperium of Man. But with Luft Huron and the Badab sector, or should I say even the Maelstrom Zone, if he's still in control of it, it's just a testament to what type of leader he is and what he's capable of doing. Given the chance, given the space, given the resources, given the support, if the Black Legion were to kneel before Luft Huron, the Imperium of Man is in trouble. But because they would never do that, Abaddon the Despoiler would never kneel to another. He's too proud, he's too arrogant, and he believes that he is the only one worthy of the position of leading the fight against the Imperium of Man. He would never do anything like that. But if it were somehow possible, and Lift Huron was elevated to becoming the leader of all traitor forces and all, chaos Astartes, I'm telling you, the Imperium of Man is in trouble.
I do not know if that is true, Lord Huron, but I doubted such a man would be so petty or ungracious as to vent his anger over a few spoken words.
Huron's reply was no more than a flicker of amusement in his bloodshot eyes.
Will we even want this gift?
Zal voxed to the others.
Not if it's what I think it is.
Sirian's voice came back,
What do you think it is, Sirian?
a little distracted.
That little thing is still following us. I may shoot it.
Isekte kruku shivrik vagsika.
Huron announced, bringing them to a halt.
I do not speak any of the Badab dialects,
Talos confessed. Huron answered by gesturing to a sealed bulkhead door with a massive power claw. The curving talons had been painted the same red as his ceramite a long time ago, but battle had slowly disintegrated the weapon's appearance, leaving it scorched black from flame. The tyrant inclined his head to the Night Lords, and the overhead illumination strips reflected their light back off the chrome portions of his bare skull.
Here is what I wished you to see. Tormenting it has been both useful and entertaining, but I suspect you would take pleasure in seeing it as well. Consider this viewing a token of gratitude for accepting my offer.
The bulkhead began to rise, and Talos resisted the urge to draw his weapons.
Keep your helms on,
The tyrant warned.
I wonder what is this gift? Part 3, Echo of Damnation. Okay.
The Covenant of Blood struck the Ganges station, a Marines errant chapter outpost, utilizing the captured princeps to forge a Vox-resonant scream, and with Septimus infiltrating within, the warband struck, gathering supplies and slaves to refill the Covenant's halls. But Uzas, the mad dog, had let the bloodthirst overwhelm him.
Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne.
Killing a member of Third Claw. Somehow, he seemed to be getting worse. Dal Karus of Third Claw knocked on the door, as Talos, Zal, Sirian and Mercutian stood over the strapped-down, raving Uzas.
This is just another reason why you guys should leave the Covenant. The Covenant of Blood. Not only because Talos has these very important tools in his possession, these slaves, but now Uzos is killing, members of the 8th Legion that are on board the Covenant. Yeah, no. You guys gotta leave. You guys gotta find your own ship, or, a home base of operations, and be away from the Covenant.
Vision kept coming to Talos, of Uzas attempting to kill Sirian on a world of rain and lightning, a thing that had not come to pass. Sometimes his visions were wrong. First Claw had been debating on whether to kill Uzas themselves, when Third Claw had come for revenge. 7 legionaries stood outside the door, demanding Uzas. "Free me, Talos," Uzas spat through his guttural speech. "Let me stand in midnight clad." Talos knew he should kill him, but he was First Claw. All he had left was First Claw. Broken and damaged as they were, The door exploded open as shrapnel and smoke burst from grenades. In the prey side spectrum, red lenses flared. They burst forth and began cutting. Talos felt the bolter rounds punch his new stolen armor. With each second, Third Claw fell one by one. They were no match. Dal carriers stood last, begging to join First Claw. Why? Why didn't he just kill Uzas? This could have been done with. A bolter round silenced the weakling. Talos, Zal, Syrian, Mercutian, and Uzas stood, blood pouring from their wounds, and their armor utterly wrecked. Still bleeding, Talos was summoned by the Exalted, escorted by the creature Lucorphrius. The raptor's body had been long twisted by the warp. It suited him better to crawl on all fours rather than walk upright. His jump pack melded into his body.
What?
The rituals of the raptors, exalting their own dark creeds and own warp taint, disgusted Talos. In the Apothecarian, Talos stood before the thing that had once been Vandred, but instead of jealousy or even an ambush, the Exalted told him that he was right. He had been right for a long time. The warband was dying, even more after Crythe, and they needed to rebuild. A job for a former apothecary to start, but only one place could offer them those resources. A place they had been before and were despised. Talos felt his body shut down as he limped back to his holdings. In the near lightless corridor, a legionary stood before him, and it was the last person he wanted to see. Uzas. Now the tables were turned. Perhaps Uzas would kill him now. Uzas toyed with his gladius in his grip. Talos' vision swam, but he looked upon the bloody handprint on his brother's faceplate. He remembered the woman Uzas had crushed slowly, trying desperately to push away from the monster as a city burned around them. Uzas told him he was arrogant, so sure of himself, too proud to accept that he was just like the rest of them, just like their father, broken and monstrous. But no, only Talos believed there was some purity within him, as if holding to the old Nighthaunter's beliefs of justice actually meant something, like it changed who he was inside, and what he had done. Uzas let Talos go, and then he collapsed in his room as the Soul Hunter's body began to slowly heal. Visions swam again in his mind as his body convulsed. Nostramo detonating, Uzas killing Syrian, and the Eldar, the very same ones that attacked Tsagulsa the night their father died. A storm in flesh.
What was it called again? Storm of Silence.
With a rain of blades, she who stalks the void, the storm of silence. Talos awoke quickly, finding his hand wrapped around Octavia's neck.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
As a loyal servant, Hound pointed a gun at his face. He could have killed the blind old man for that. Talos let go as Octavia coughed. He didn't like being surprised. The new navigator of the Covenant had come to confide in her master, asking about his visions. Was she truly even interested? Or was it an opportunity to speak of what she'd truly come to say, telling Talos of the void-born child ghost haunting her? Octavia stared into a face that could have been handsome, if not ravaged by the Astartes process.
Handsome. Okay. I mean, once the transformation is complete, Astartes look more like their fathers. And I wouldn't consider Conrad Kurz handsome. I wouldn't. So, yeah. I don't know about that.
Talos told her to go back to her throne room. Ignore the machinations of the warp, because the Covenant would be traveling into the Maelstrom. To Hell's Iris the Covenant drifted. The blending of the warp and real space was madness and order perfectly combined. A continent of steel populated by carrion feeders, all under the domain of Huron Blackheart of the Red Corsairs.
Huron Blackheart of the Red Corsairs. Nice. Nice, Huron. Of the red Corsairs. Alright. So we don't call you Luft Huron anymore. Okay.
The renegade, the pirate king who commanded a force on a sector of space that rivaled a near legion size of old. The welcome wasn't warm. The last time Talos and the warband had docked here, it had ended in violence. First Claw stood before the Blackheart, and the exchange was tense. First Claw knew the only reason they lived was because the legionaries of the First Legions would be needed for a task. The Covenant would be repaired, of course, and Huron had a gift for them. Suspended in chains in a room so bright it stung the eyes. Reuven.
Reuven? Okay. Time to die.
Former First Claw and now former Sorcerer of Abaddon hung. The singing light was pure torture to one born of Nostramo. Talos immediately drew his gladius knife and held it to his brother's cheek. He had promised he would kill him the next time he saw him. The traitor had been abandoned as Abaddon's pet, and bled of his secrets, hanging now emaciated to the point of death. Talos couldn't believe any words from his mouth. Reuven always lied. He had abandoned First Claw. He had thrown Talos to the Warmaster, thrown him before those so-called gods of the warp. First Claw chuckled as they left. Reuven's screams for help unsightly for a son of the Eighth. They left him to a fate worse than death. As the repairs of the Covenant began, Talos moved through the rotten walkways of the floating city of Hell's Iris. He clasped wrist to wrist with a brother, a man who wore the red and black of another warband, a man whose life Talos had saved decades ago on the world of Frigga. Variel, the apothecarian Variel, affectionately named the Flayer, for the living skin bound to his armor, crafted with the material of those who got on his nerves. Talos's midnight black eyes stared into the icy blue of Variel's. The Corsair apothecarian never blinked, unnerving the mortals.
Never blinked? So how do you... Okay.
Talos had come for supplies, but his old friend told him that he had noticed something wrong. The injury Talos had sustained during the confrontation with Third Claw, his roughly patched wounds by servitor hands were incomplete. A pressure was building in his head. Wasn't it? Talos hadn't told anyone. Variel was a better apothecary than Talos had ever been. Sustaining the mangled body of Blackheart had taught him that. Variel told Talos that he could fix him, but that required a level of trust Talos didn't even have for his own brothers. Trust was something an Nostraman had never known. Trust got you killed in the streets in gang warfare.
You didn't trust Zal? You didn't trust someone who had your back since you were young children? You don't trust Zal. I can understand maybe the other members of your team, those who have been, or should I say, those who have sworn their allegiance to the Chaos Gods. I can understand you don't trust them. But Zal, that's family there. He's been with you since Nostromo. He's been with you ever since you've elevated into an Astartes. He's been there with you throughout all of the events after the Horus Heresy. You don't trust Zal. Talos. Kinda sad.
But Variel knew he would come. First Claw arrived later, but not for reassurance. Talos told Variel that they were here to hold him down. Often when Talos lost consciousness, he had visions. If it gave any surprise to Variel, he didn't show it. Life inside the warp storm, the Maelstrom, and Hell's Iris was already insane enough. Talos lay down upon the cold steel table and let the reconstruction of his skull begin. Over 4 hours, the visions came and went, his body periodically convulsing with pain. He saw Vandred, Sergeant Vandred saving his life during the heresy. He saw himself and Zal upon the walls of Terra itself, the battle on which the nexus of mankind altered. He remembered the blood staining his hands as the gene seed storage was overfilled. He saw his father, the Night Haunter, Conrad Kurz, on Tsagulsa as the Legion gathered to their father. He saw the emaciated face, greying hair and mad grin, the demigod whose own memory seemed to betray him. He saw Uzas with Octavia and her blind old attendant Hound in the Apothecarian. Uzas talking, justifying himself to her, ranting through ragged breaths about how he was not as mad as Talos thought him to be. And then a storm in flesh, with a rain of blades, she who stalks the void, the storm of silence.
This image is cool, you know? Yeah, seeing the Eldar with her blade, war staff blade, and she's just standing imposing like that. Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
An Eldar witch. Talos opened his eyes. 4 hours of surgery later, Variel had saved his life. For now. No thanks came from Talos. The Nostramans never really had their manners. For a world whose language was eloquent and poetic, it was all for show. A tool to elevate the gang bosses and leaders, pretending to be something they weren't. Variel told him he would live, but there was a problem. The visions. They were not of the warp like sorcerers, but a byproduct of his maturing gene seed. A gene seed that was fighting his body. It was a miracle he'd even survived the implementation process in a galaxy long gone.
So his gene seed in particular had this ability, for it to give Talos the ability to see into the future. And no other gene seed belonging to the 8th Legion had this ability. It was just Talos. Wow.
Perhaps it was the sin of the father. Maybe he was just like Kurz, blessed with a gift the frame could not handle. That was why he convulsed and shook when they came. How did he feel about it? He never wanted this so-called gift anyway. To be the prophet. And if it killed him, was that how he wanted to die? Not in the heart of battle, but lying sick upon an apothecarian's table. Talos and First Claw returned to the Repairing Covenant. Soon the mission given by Huron Blackheart would take place. Besides the Atramentar Malek, and before the exalted Talos spoke, they were going to betray them. The Red Corsairs, of course.
Of course. Of course. I'm not surprised.
Sitting in the heart of the pirate fleet, thinking it would go unnoticed, floated a vessel. One whose true identity had been covered and masked. The Echo of Damnation. A vessel of the 8th Legion. How they had acquired it didn't matter. But the...
Okay. Hold on. Let me write it down here. Echo of Damnation is a 8th Legion ship. Alright.
The fact that these Corsairs laid their filthy hands upon the property of the 8th disgusted them. Perhaps even the crews were still mortal Nostramans. Talos had...
After all of these thousands of years, I don't think so. I think the crew have been exchanged multiple times throughout those thousands of years. Yeah.
Had a plan, but the Exalted would dislike some of these elements. The warband would leave with the Covenant and the Echo, when they were done with Huron. But first, Villamus. The claws of the warband ran rampant within the fortress monastery of the Marines errant upon Villamus. Talos cleaned the meat that clogged his chainsword. The chapter sirs were unworthy of Orum's edge.
Yeah.
It was a shame. He admitted that he admired the Blackheart. His plan was well thought out, utilizing the expertise and experience of the 8th Legion to infiltrate and build fear while others sabotaged. The plunder was...
You see, someone who actually understands the purpose of your legion, unlike Abaddon the Despoiler, who would just throw you onto the battlefield and you fight against titans and other forces of the Imperium of Man. Here is someone who actually understands the purpose of your legion and who would be able to use you effectively. And that's why I'm saying, if all of the traitor forces bowed before Luft Huron, the Imperium of Man is in trouble, because this guy actually knows what he's doing. He actually understands what he's doing. He actually knows how he's going to win against the Imperium of Man. And Abaddon, he's here for vibes. Once he's failed or he has failed or he has succeeded in his entertainment, he moves over to the next problem or to the next endeavor, and he haphazardly goes through it. And, he creates mistakes. He doesn't really succeed in creating, this fear and doubt within the Imperium of Man. But when it comes to Luft Huron, he knows what buttons to press. He knows how the Imperium of Man thinks. He understands it completely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he was the leader, the Emperor's in trouble.
Free, so long as Blackheart could take the Gene Seed votes. The difference was night and day compared to the Warmaster Abaddon. Here stood an Astartes that listened and answered questions. His plans were meticulous and used assets well.
Exactly.
It was almost a shame they were going to betray him. Zal, Syrian, Mercutian and Uzas were enjoying their time as they painted the Gothic halls red. Only Talos found it tedious. Like so many others, it was a battle devoid of greater glory. When had he started to think of greater glory? When had he started to think and dare believe in the greater picture? When the true battle came next for the echo of damnation, what then? What after that? Was this Reuven's influence? Talos told the Exalted he wouldn't like his plan, to take Octavia to the Echo and to free Reuven, having the traitor sorcerer pilot the Covenant. The warband asked for a gift of the prisoner Reuven. Blackheart agreed, believing the tortured sorcerer would suffer more at the hands of his brothers. But before Talos freed him, he had to know. Why? Why did he betray his legion? Why join the Warmaster? The truth was discomforting. What choice did he have? The 8th Legion is broken, Reuven told Talos. Lost to mindless slaughter and pillaging. The Great War isn't over. Horus failed. The Primarchs failed. Only he, Talos in his naivety, still worshipped the ground they walked upon. They were egotistical driven fools, and it wounded Reuven that the one chance they had risen from another legion, and not their own. Not even an Astraman. Reuven still believed they could win. Did he? Talos? Talos released his chains, telling him his skills were needed, but if he betrayed them, then he would end him. Striding through the corridors of the...
So he's forgiving him. Well, not really forgiving, but okay. Yeah.
Villamus Fortress Monastery. The Marine errant garrison had finally caught on. Lucofrius and his raptors had broken through the vital defenses with infiltration, as First Claw finally began to reconvene. Syrian was late, almost looking as if he had been in a haze. More and more Talos begun to notice how Syrian was off on his own, especially within the Coven's dark lower chambers. Uzas had again been lost to bloodlust. Talos knew this liability would have to be addressed soon. The bolt of fire began to ricochet around them as they took cover. First Claw and the Marines errant traded more, until a foul figure with an ugly charismatic smile stepped behind First Claw. The Red Corsairs had arrived. First Claw without any signal set behind them, shadows in the Corsairs' Terminators, mockingly telling them they were doing so well. Perfect shields. Talos gunned down more Marines, avoiding looking at the hairless Crythe that sat upon Blackheart's shoulder. The warp monster made First Claw's skin crawl. They hoped they could slaughter it to make it look like an accident in their minds. The numbers of Marines errant swelled again. Guttural swearing could be heard from the usually eloquent Mercutian. A helmetless warrior stared directly at Talos. He knew that look. The conviction he had worn when he had set out to the stars. That conviction was now like a void within him. One he would never admit out loud that he craved again. Blood and ceramite sprayed across the walls as the bark of bolters screamed. Locked within prey sight, First Claw peeked from over the covers of their thin-blooded kindred until Huron Blackheart himself charged. The melee was brutal and screeching until finally the Marines lay dead, cleaved in half or scorched by Huron's powered claw. The furious Huron turned to scold those bastard Nostramans for their cowardice, only to see that the Night Lords were gone.
They're gonna go take that ship.
Talos looked back upon the fortress as the claws made their way back to orbit. "Are you ashamed?" said a voice spoken with such clarity it shocked Talos. Uzas. It was good to hear that voice, in a tone not heard since the Great Crusade. Yes, Talos was ashamed. All they ever did was run. But the important battle was not here. It was going to be in the stars. Variel stood beside the command throne of the Echo. He had to make a choice. Talos had come to him alone, speaking of what the Night Lords were planning, and its success was hinged upon Variel's betrayal of Huron and the Corsairs. Frigga was decades ago. He'd already paid his debt to Talos. The surgery was enough. He didn't have to do this. Talos and First Claw had assembled back onto the Covenant. The Raptors and Claws all boarding torpedoes as the Exalted fired them upon the Echo of Damnation, sending away Octavia, their navigator, with them. Reuven could guide the ship within the warp, but he was no navigator. This was a risk. First Claw felt the screech and then punch as the boarding torpedoes bit its way through the outer hull. Octavia adjusted the bandana on her third eye, trying to block out the whispers of the entity taunting her. Even with the comfort of Septimus's presence, it didn't help.
The what of who? The what of the comfort of Are you guys getting together? Okay. The comfort of Septimus.
First Claw had begun to notice the bond between them. The long-dead void-born child again. Her confession to Talos hadn't made her feel any safer, even when the entity had tried to kill her before on the Apothecarian.
What? The void mascot child was trying to kill Octavia? Wow.
Possessing the corpse of Dal Carius of Third Claw, who had tried to kill Talos, and died at his hands only days before. The Voidborn was here on the Echo too, an omen of death to come. The claws of the Night Lords raced through the ship, slaughtering those who stood in their way, but most of the mortal crew knelt, with charcoal black eyes staring once again at their true masters. The natives of Nostromo submitted.
So, there are still Nostromo people aboard this vessel. Oh, okay.
To the bridge, Talos joined Variel, the corpse of the Corsair commander still on the floor next to him. The Flayer had made his choice. It relieved Talos to see that he had chosen and trusted right. Trust was an unusual sensation. The rest of the Corsair Marines were dissolved in the soul storm. Caught in the blow of the Echo's warp jump by Variel's design, it was the worst death Talos could ever think of, ripping one's soul apart, and it even made him shudder. Variel told him he thought it would impress him, and Talos told him that it did. Talos looked to the throne, choosing not to sit in it. For now. The Echo left the warp and made hail to the Covenant, but there was a problem. The Vox hails were silent. They hadn't made the full distance to the rendezvous point. Octavia. Something was wrong inside the navigator's chamber. Octavia sputtered up more sick, as the strain of piloting the Echo was too much. The once proud Astartes vessel had become too soaked in the taint of the warp, and they didn't have time to properly cleanse it, pushing herself to her limits, much to the dismay of Septimus, his fondness evident. The Echo was hours behind, but finally it caught up to the Covenant. Syrian spoke in disbelief. All of First Claw saw it. Talos, Syrian, Zal, Mercutian, and Uzas. The Red Corsair's vanguard fleet had caught up to the Covenant. Their home burned, but it roared with the enemy formation. 4 Corsair's ships destroyed as 12 honed in on the Predator in its midst. The Exalted had raged when the Echo still hadn't arrived. He thought the Prophet had betrayed him, despite the reassurances of the Atramentar. Was this what the Soul Hunter had always planned? Leaving him with that rat of a traitor Reuven, instead of a navigator. But the Corsair ships had started to arrive, and the answer to that question would have to wait. The Exalted sat in his throne and prepared for war. Did these Thin Bloods really think they came close to matching his void skill? The Covenant tore through the formation, taking colossal damage but dealing out more in revenge tenfold. In disbelief, Talos hailed the Covenant. As he stared at the flaming wreckage desperately battling alone, a voice hailed back. But this was Vandred, not the Exalted. The Exalted Demon. The pact formed in those days since the heresy had swallowed up the man that Talos knew. A symbiotic relationship that provided power, but drank from Vandred's memories like a feasting animal. The Covenant was dying, and in his panic the demon had drunk too deeply, allowing the mind of Vandred to scream to the forefront one last time. Vandred.
So, the Covenant of Blood is going to sink? It's going to be destroyed. Wow. And now the new vessel, the Echo of Damnation, is going to be, the home base of First Claw. Okay, wow.
Told Talos to run. There was no point in both ships dying here. Talos paused. It was good to speak to the man he respected, the man he was before chaos had corrupted him. Before they had butted heads for over a century, but all that hate was washed away in a second. He told Vandred he would be remembered.
So the gene seed stock aboard the vessel, the other forms of, infrastructure and technology that they have, and like the other dreadnoughts or Astartes members, or those who are cladded in Terminator armor, all of those personnel, everything, all that institutional knowledge of the 8th Legion aboard that vessel, the Covenant of Blood, is going to be lost.
Blood poured from Vandred. The ice began to creep around him as the void entered in. He told Talos he would rather not. He blared abandoned ship across the Covenant and prepared to die. He let go his control, his last words telling the demon he hoped this hurts. The refugees from the Covenant began to pour in, from the serfs to the Marines, Legion relics, and even Deltrian the Tech Priest and his servants.
Okay, so people have survived from that from the destruction of the Covenant. So the institutional knowledge of the 8th Legion has just been transferred into the echoes of Damnation. All right. I'm not worried. Okay, I'm not worried because I don't support 8th Legion traitors. I don't support traitors. I'm just, interested to know what's going to happen to the 8th Legion now. Especially those who are in the first claw. What's going to happen to them now? But this development is also beneficial for them. I don't support them.
Reuven walked up to Talos, exclaiming his survival, but Talos just moved past him. He'd hoped that he had died aboard the Covenant rather than join them. The warband watched as the Covenant of Blood died, but the Echo wasn't jumping to the warp. Again, something was wrong. A hulking creature wearing legionary plates stomped towards the door of the navigator chamber. The void-born entity had possessed Caleb, a surviving corsair from Varial's sabotage. Zal, Uzas, and Lucafrius had begun their hunt, following the trail of Night Lord corpses. The doors were broken down. Octavia's guard hound and Septimus fired as the swelled body of Caleb towered towards them.
And Octavia was, telling Talos that she is being pursued by the ghost of this mascot, this void child that you people were praising. She's been telling you day after day, like, hey, this thing is following me. I need help. But Talos is like, nah, forget about it. Now look, it's possessed the body and it's trying to kill Octavia.
Shots from Hound's weapon eviscerated his face, leaving his tongue whipping around. The creature snapped the blind old Nostraman in a wet crunch. Septimus looked to Octavia and told her to run. Talos' slave prepared for death. It had been a miserable life, raised in a world that didn't even speak Imperial Gothic. A meaningless life until he was taken as a slave, forced to serve creatures that were nightmare, and only until now did he have something to fight for. Death was coming, until a figure burst from behind them. Uzas, revving his chain axe as Zal followed close behind. The possessed creature tossed them around and bloodied them, until Lucafrius and his raptors descended from the ceiling and devoured it. Octavia wept over the body of her guard, as Septimus comforted her. The battle was over, as the Echo finally jumped into the warp. Peace and silence reigned. Talos entered Uzas's chamber. The problem: the raving mad dog who had run rampant on too many missions. The reason for Third Claw's ambush. The one responsible for the piling bodies in the serf quarters. It was hard to judge him for that. For Talos himself at times had hunted the mortals for pleasure, but the murder of one, such as the grieving Voidborn's father, who had survived the Blood Angels' massacre above Crythe, that had been a bridge too far. Perhaps that had created the entity, but most of all the vision that haunted Talos still, as much as the Eldar, the vision of Sirian's death at Uzas's hands.
And they both have given themselves to different chaos gods. And I don't think Khorne and Slaanesh like each other. So definitely their patrons are also not going to like each other. So they're going to fight against each other, maybe because of that fact that, I represent Khorne, you represent Slaanesh. They don't like each other, therefore we also don't like each other. We're going to have to see who's going to be the victor. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen here.
Talos ordered Uzas to don the red gauntlets, an Nostraman tradition for a dead man walking, but one who still has debts to pay before the end. And only Talos had the right to give this to him, because now he was in charge. There was no more time for hesitancy. First Claw stood, gathering around Talos. Reuven entered the throne room and looked upon First Claw, Talos and Orum, Zal and his two-handed chainsword, Mercutian and his heavy bolter, Syrian flexing his bionic arm, Uzas picking away at his chain axe with red gauntlets, and the new one, Variel toying with his Narcuthium gauntlet. First Claw, something the sorcerer had been a part of once, and something he thought he would one day rule again.
One day rule? I don't think so.
But Talos stood up and began walking slowly towards him. Reuven spattered blood from his lips as Talos' boot pressed upon his chest. Everything below his sternum had been ripped off. The traitor felt his strength flood away as Talos raised Orum's golden edge and placed it down Reuven's throat. He could never trust him. Every word he had spoken or would speak would be a lie.
Yep.
And even on Crythe he had promised that one day he would kill him. Now that day had come. First Claw watched dispassionately until the traitor finally died. Talos ordered Reuven's skin to be flayed, and his bones hung above the command throne. An example to all. It was
Wow. Killing him and spacing him is not enough. No. We must skin the body. We must use the bones. Everything. Nothing must be left to waste.
now thrust upon him. The responsibility he never thought he would desire. But just as Marcharian had left a void, filled by Vandred, Talos assumed the mantle. They would not just survive. They had a war to fight. The Night Haunter's will to honor. He would not languish, with no glory anymore.
Before we continue, let me just cancel out Reuven. He's dead. Reuven of the Black Legion. Or former. Okay.
Survival was not enough.
It is not enough. We stand in the dust at the end of centuries of useless sin and endless failure. The Legion was poisoned, and we sacrificed an entire world to cleanse it. We failed. We are the sons of the only Primarch to hate his own Legion. There, again, we failed. We swore vengeance on the Imperium, yet we run from every battle where we don't possess overwhelming force over a crippled enemy. We fail again and again and again. Have you ever fought a battle you'd struggle to win, with no hope of running away? Have any of us? Have you ever, since the siege of Terra itself, drawn a weapon with the knowledge you might die? I will not see my life hoard away without meaning. Do you hear me? Do you understand me, Prince of Cowards? I want vengeance against a galaxy that hates us. I want Imperial worlds to cower when we draw near.
Yeah, you'll probably get that chance, but it is insignificant to the larger scale of the Imperium of Man. So yeah, you will have your little party raids on human worlds and terrorized communities, but you will never succeed in getting your revenge. No.
I want the weeping of this Empire's souls to reach all the way to Holy Terra, and the sound of suffering will choke the corpse god on his throne of gold. I will cast a shadow across this world. I will burn every man, woman, and child, so the smoke from the funeral pyres eclipses the sun. With the dust that remains, I will take Echo of Damnation into the sacred skies above Terra and rain the ashes of 20 million mortals down onto the Emperor's palace. Then they will remember us. Then they will remember the Legion they once feared.
Yeah, okay.
No more running. No more running. No more raiding to survive. When we see an Imperial world, we will no longer ask if it is worth attacking for plunder. We will ask how much harm its destruction would cause the Imperium. And when the Warmaster calls us for the 13th Crusade, we will answer him. Night by night, we will bring this empire to its knees.
So you'll still be led by Abaddon the Despoiler? Even after all that he has tried to do to you? Okay.
I will cast aside what this Legion has become and remake it into what it should be. Do I make myself clear? Do I make myself clear?
Crystal.
A storm in flesh, with a rain of blades. She who stalks the void. The storm of silence. The rain was pouring down, as if this hateful world was mourning the blood spilled. Talos was kneeling. His wounds were pouring blood, and words he tried to speak were lost in the tide of liquid pouring from his smashed lips. The murderess, the Eldar witch, stood triumphant above him. Sirion didn't die first, but his was by far the worst. The alien witchfire torching his body. Zal, duelist champion Zal, was the first to die.
No, not Zal.
Hacked to pieces in a death not worthy of him. Mercutian. Miserable, loyal, noble-born Mercutian fell standing over his brothers' bodies, and Variel died in the fire that enveloped Sirion. Uzas died last, covered in alien ichor and screaming blood for the Skull Throne. The scene changes. A miserable and dark hive city where Octavia runs.
Hold on. Ah man, Zal. Of all people. I thought he would make it. Wait, is this still a vision or is this really happening right now? Okay. Zal, Uzas. Right.
She wears the coat of Septimus, one he would have never have given up. She looks unwell. Pale fingers cover a swollen belly.
A what? Septimus and Octavia. Ooh, yeah. You guys, did you get permission from your master to love each other that way? Huh? Did you get permission? Now it's going to be... Oh my gosh. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. I don't know where Septimus is. Hopefully he's still alive, but congratulations.
As members of the Inquisition finally converge upon her, the vision comes again. Talos stares into the face mask of the murderous demigod, whose blade is slick with 8th Legion blood in the reigns of Tsagulsa. Valas Morovai, he utters through a broken jaw. First claw, the alien speaks in the human Gothic tongue. The disgust is evident on her face for using such a primal language. They were your brothers. You call out to the dead in hopes they will save you. A thrumming sound builds up. An 8th Legion gunship roars in and fires upon the alien. The creature darts into the shadow faster than an Astarte's eyes could see. Master, A voice blares from the ship. Talos looks up, and through one swollen eye he sees loyal Septimus and Octavia. Talos screams back that they are dismissed from his service for the second time. Leave. Flee this accursed world. Run far. If Variel survives, then he will come for the child. Talos wasn't leaving, for she had killed his brothers. With his shattered ribs, failing vision and bleeding wounds, Talos stood and chased after his fate. Talos.
Man, it seems like it's all of these, powerful ladies that are ruining the life of Talos. First it was Imshen who took his father, and now it is the Storm of Silence who's taken all of his brothers. And now he's chasing after, the Storm of Silence to try and kill her as well. Yeah. It's interesting.
Opened his eyes. The familiarity of his arming chamber a little comfort to what he had dreamed. His muscles still felt tense and sore, but he began to rise. He was alone. The echo looked abandoned. A voice called out to him, emanating from the stained bows that hung above his command throne. The bones of a traitor whose voice spoke from a realm from beyond understanding.
Reuven.
This was surely another dream, though it matched no vision he had ever seen. I am here, Talos said aloud. The voice echoed again. You have been dreaming many dreams. Now you are close to waking once more. Sit, brother. Talos didn't smile. He rarely did, even when amused. Though it was most definitely amusing to be told to take a seat in his own command throne. Talos complied, even if only to see what would happen. Again the voice spoke. Almost close enough to touch. That prickled at the prophet's skin. He looked up at Reuven's crucified remains. You are not the warrior you should be, but you and I must speak. It must be here, and it must be now. There will never be another chance. Talos remained seated, the very picture of stoic patience. He refused to let his anger or doubts rise to the surface. Targeting reticle slid by without gaining a grip on Reuven's shattered skeleton. You made my corpse into the finest decoration. That is almost amusing. Again the voice spoke. Talos reclined in the throne the way he did on the true bridge, and said, Can even death not render you silent? Your own life is measured in months, prophet. Reuven's skull spoke.
Months?
Suspended on chains, leered with empty eye sockets. Is that so? Talos asked it. And how do you come by this precious lore? Reuven's skull spoke again. Do you pretend this moment has no significance? Do you believe I cannot hear your hearts beat faster? You remember nothing, do you? You have come to seek a pure war, a noble war. But you should have never returned to the eastern fringe. Others have been waiting for your return, with revenge in their hearts. The prophet remained as he was, still stroking his blade's wing-spread hilt. The eastern fringe. He couldn't think of anything that would drive him back there. I think you lie, Husk, said Talos. The bones of Reuven rattled. Why would I lie? You run from the Eye. You run from the Eldar. You run from the doom at the hands of the alien witches. Better to flee to the other edge of the galaxy. Perhaps there was truth in that, but the prophet felt no urge to confess it. Talos stared up at the wreckage of the crucified bone, wishing his haunted voice would cease. Why are you fighting this war? The prophet snorted, and replied, For vengeance. Revenge? For what? Talos spoke again. To avenge the wrongs done to us. What wrongs do you speak of? the voice echoed.
Uh-oh. Explain yourself, Talos.
Talos rose to his feet, feeling his skin crawling at the back of his neck. You know what wrongs. You know why the 8th Legion fights.
Tell us why you guys fight. Tell us.
The 8th Legion doesn't know why it fights. You conceive excuses to justify a lifetime of wasted hate. The Legion fights only because it is amusing and pleasurable to dominate weaker souls.
You forget where you come from, Talos. There is no nobility. There's no sense of honor from those who come from Nostromo. You forget what you are. You forget the system that created you.
Unadulterated fantasy, Talos laughed, though he'd never felt less like laughing. He considered shooting the chain skeleton down from his ungainly crucifixion, though it was doubtful whether the act of spite would achieve anything. We rebelled because we had to rebel. The Imperium's pacifism was destined to fail. Order can only be maintained through keeping its souls fearful of retribution. Control through fear. Peace through fear. We were the weapon mankind needed. We still are. The bones rattled. The Legion never fought for those ideals. Your delusion was never even popular amongst our ranks. And
oh, damn.
even that faded. When the truth came, you cling to your illusions. More now because hate is all you have left. Talos drew in a breath. Hate is all I need. He drew the bolter now, aiming both barrels up at the corpse's shattered ribcage. My hatred runs pure. We deserve vengeance against the Empire that abandoned us. We were right to punish those worlds for their sins, and threaten others with destruction if they broke our laws. Control through fear. The systems we pacified. The bones rattled again, interrupting him. The systems we pacified were barely human anymore. We made populations into cowering animals, just possessed of free will, living in terror of breaking the law, like the weeping herds of humans living in the bowels of our warships now. And I stand by what I did, said Talos. The Prophet was aware of how maddening his stance was. But what else did he have? The bones again spoke. Many of our brothers never cared for any of those ideals. That is no secret. It is why Kurz destroyed Nostromo, to stem the flow of poison into the 8th Legion. And it is why we were punished by the Imperium. We became the very thing we warned whole worlds about. We were the killers, and the murderers we told them never to be. Free to slay at will, and free from retribution. There was a long pause before Talos spoke in reply. He hated us. I know that for certain. Kurz also loved us. Kurz...
Okay. Until I actually hear it from him, but he's dead now, so we can't hear anything from him. But until I hear something from him, from Conrad Kurz saying, I love my sons, until then, what you are saying here is fallacy, Talos. This is all in your head. The guy didn't like you. Not that way. Yeah. He didn't love you people as his sons. No. He might have favored you, Talos, and Sevatar, but really, to say love, I think that's a strong word.
Loved us and hated us in equal measure. Talos returned to his throne. His voice softened by contemplation. Ideas danced and died behind his black eyes. Our way was not the way of the Imperium. Talos quoted the ancient adage, but we were right. If the Legion has stayed pure. But it did not, the bones replied. The Legion was tainted by sin the moment the first Nostraman-born warriors swore his oath of service.
Exactly.
For we were not the warriors he wished us to be. A tremor quivered through the ship's bones. Reality is slipping through now. Reuven's voice spoke more clearly. The echo of damnation arrived at his destination, but you should never have come to the eastern fringe. Talos looked up again in confusion. The corpse hadn't moved. You said that before, but I don't recall ordering such a thing. So you ordered it in search of a pure war, to elevate the warband and seek answers to the doubts that plague you. By walking upon Tsagulsa once more, nothing I say now is revelation. I speak only the same truths you are too proud to speak aloud. You have been hollow for a long time, brother. You know why you have always known. Some human children are not meant to carry gene seed. It breaks them apart at the genetic level. Some die fast, some die slow. But after 3 centuries of biological flux, your genetic incompatibilities are finally catching up to you. 55 days, and now Talos truly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by First Claw, chained to the command throne as others looked at him, with a mix of concern and awe. The visions had begun in his quarters, but he had taken off, killing and running through the ship until the crew had become nervous. Morale had been high, following a successful raid upon a space hulk, an encounter with gene sealers and the thin-blooded modern salamanders of the Primarch Vulcan stock. It had been fruitful. A squad of Terminator patent armor, an elite weapon was a prize that tech priest Deltrian had almost exulted over. But now their so-called leader was either dead or mad, chained to his throne, speaking in visions of the future, and he became an icon of worship, something that made Talos deeply uncomfortable. Tsagulsa. The Legion's 1-second home was visible from the viewport, an order given by Talos during his visions, something he didn't even remember saying. 10,000 years had rusted this hateful and barren world, but upon it sat a stain the Eighth could not bear. It had been settled by the Imperium.
Oh, are they going to cleanse the planet now?
Even here, so far from the Astronomicon's light. No. This was and would always be 8th Legion. Even if the Black Fortress of Kurz was barely a ruin, Talos ordered the Claws to prepare. A population needed to die. But first, to the Navigator's quarters. First Claw told him it was important to speak to Octavia.
We had a fortress here, long ago. A castle of black stone and twisting spires. The Primarch dreamed of it one night, and set hundreds of thousands of slaves to making it. It took almost 20 years.
He paused, and Octavia watched the passionless skull of his face mask, waiting for him to continue. Talos exhaled in a Vox growl.
The inner sanctum was called the Screaming Gallery. Have any of the others ever spoken of this before?
She shook her head.
No, never.
The Screaming Gallery was a metaphor of a kind. A god's torment, expressed in blood and pain. The Primarch wanted to reshape the external world to match the sin within his mind. The walls were flesh, humans molded and crafted into the architecture, formed as much from sorcery as ingenuity. The floors were carpeted in living faces, preserved by feeder servitors.
He shook his head, the memory too strong to ever fade.
The screaming, Octavia. You have never heard such a sound.
Imagine stepping on those faces and they're screaming in pain. And you're walking and, on the sides it's screaming faces. On the roof probably it's also screaming faces. Oh gosh.
They never stopped screaming. The people in the walls, crying and reaching out. The faces on the floor, weeping and shrieking.
She forced a smile she didn't feel.
That sounds like the warp.
He glanced at her and grunted
Oh yeah, I guess you could say that, yeah.
acknowledgement.
Forgive me. You know exactly what it sounds like.
She nodded, but didn't say anything else.
The foulest thing was the way you'd become immune to the wailing chorus. Those of us who attended the Primarch in his last decades of madness spent much of our time in the Screaming Gallery. The sound of all that pain became tolerable. Soon after, you found yourself enjoying it. It was easier to think when surrounded by sin. The torment first became meaningless, but afterwards, it became music.
The prophet fell silent for a moment. That was what he wanted, of course.
He wanted us to understand the Legion's lesson, as he believed it to be.
Octavia shuffled again as Talos knelt by her throne.
I see no lesson in mindless brutality.
He unlocked his collar seals with a breath of air pressure and removed his helm. She was struck, once again, by the thought that he'd been handsome, but for the cold eyes and the corpse-white skin, he was a statue, a scarred demigod of clean marble, dead-eyed, beautiful in his sterility, yet unlovely to look upon.
It was not mindless brutality. That was the lesson. The Primarch knew that law and order, the twin foundations of civilization, are only maintained through fear of punishment. Man is not a peaceful animal. It is a creature of war and strife. To force the beasts into civilization, one must remind them that excruciation awaits those who harm the herd. For a time, we believed the Emperor wanted this of us. He wanted us to be the angels of death, and for a time, we were.
She blinked for the first time in almost a minute. In their many long discussions and reflections, he'd never spoken of this in such detail.
Go on.
She pushed.
Some say he betrayed us. Once our use was complete, he turned against us. Others claim that we'd merely taken our self-appointed role too far and had to be put down like animals ourselves for slipping our leashes.
He saw a question in her eyes and waved it away.
None of that is important. What matters is how it began, and how it ended.
How did it begin?
The Legion had taken immense casualties in the Crusade in service to the Emperor. Most of those were Terran. They came from Terra, from the Emperor's wars across humanity's birth planet. But all of our reinforcements came from our homeworld, Nostramo. Decades had passed since the Primarch last walked upon the world's surface, and his lessons of law had long since died. The population slid back into lawless anarchy, with no fear of punishment from a distant Imperium. Do you understand how we were poisoning ourselves? We were repopulating the Legion with children who were the blackest sinners before they'd even tasted adulthood. The Primarch's lessons meant nothing to them, meant nothing to most of the 8th Legion at the end. They were slayers, raised to become demigods, with the galaxy as their prize to plunder. In wrathful desperation, the Primarch burned our homeworld. He destroyed it, breaking it apart from orbit with the firepower of the entire Legion fleet.
Talos breathed, low and slow.
It took hours, Octavia. All the while, we remained aboard our ships, listening to vox calls from the surface, sending their screams and pleas up to us in the heavens. We never answered, not even once. We stayed in space and watched our own cities burn. At the very end, we watched the planet heaving, breaking apart from the fleet's rage. Only then did we turn away. Nostromo disintegrated into the void. I have never seen anything like it again. I know in my heart I never will.
A moment of foolishness almost made her reach out a hand to touch his cheek. She
What are you doing, lady? No.
knew better than to give in to that instinct. Still, the way he spoke, the look in his black eyes, he was a child, grown into a god's body without a man's comprehension of humanity. No wonder these creatures were so dangerous. Their stunted psyches worked on levels no human could quite comprehend. Simplistic and passionate one moment, complex and inhumane the next.
It didn't work. The Legion was poisoned by then. You know that Zal and I grew up together, murderers even as children. We joined the Legion late, when Nostromo's venom was already rich in the Legion's veins. And believe me when I say that where he and I grew up, among the street wars and the cheapness of human life, it was one of the more civilized regions of Nostromo's inner cities. Much of the planet was in the throes of devolution, lost to urban wastelands and scavenger armies. As the strongest candidates, they were usually the ones chosen for implantation and ascension to the 8th. They were the ones to become legionaries.
Talos finished with a smile that didn't reach his eyes.
By then, it was too late. Primarch Kurz was in the throes of degeneration himself. He hated himself, he hated his life, and he hated his legion. All he craved was one last chance to be right, to show that he'd not wasted his entire existence. The rebellion against the Emperor, that war of myth that you call the Horus Heresy, was over. We'd turned against the Imperium that sought to punish us, and we'd lost. So we ran. We ran to Tsagulsa, a world outside the Imperium's borders, away from Terra's beacon of light that he claimed still stung his eyes.
He gestured at the grey world.
We ran here, and here is where it ended.
Octavia's breath left her lips as mist.
You fled a war you lost, and constructed a castle of torture chambers. How noble of you, Talos. I still see no lesson in it.
He nodded to that, conceding the point.
You have to understand that by the end, the Primarch was riddled through by madness. He cared nothing for the Long War, wanting nothing beyond bleeding the Imperium and vindicating his life's path. He knew he was going to die, Octavia. He wanted to be right when he died.
Septimus told me of this. But raiding the Imperium's edges for a couple of centuries at the behest of a madman and slaughtering entire worlds is hardly a lesson of worthy ideals.
Talos watched her with his soulless eyes unwavering.
In that light, perhaps not. But humanity has to know fear, Navigator. Nothing else ensures compliance. By the very end, when the Screaming Gallery was the Legion's war room and council chamber alike, the Primarch's degeneration had devoured him from within. He was rendered hollow by it. I still remember how regal he looked to us, how majestic our father was to our adoring eyes. But looking at him was like growing used to a disgusting smell. You could forget the foulness, just as you can ignore the scent. But when something reminds you of it, you perceive it with renewed strength. His soul had rotted away by the end, and on some nights you could see it in the flash of his dying eyes, or the bleak shine of his teeth. Some of my brothers asked if he were tainted by some outer power, but most of us no longer cared. What did it matter? The end result was the same.
The same lights chose that moment to flicker and fail. The warrior and the mutant remained in the darkness for several heartbeats, illuminated only by the eye lenses of his power armor and the grey glare from the screens.
That's happening more and more lately. The Covenant hated me. The Echo seems to hate all of us.
An intriguing superstition,
He replied. The lights, dim as they were, came back on. Talos still didn't continue.
And the assassination?
She prompted.
The assassination came soon after, when his mad clarity was at its height. I have never seen a creature so placidly delighted by the thought of its own destruction. In death, he would be vindicated. Those who break the law must be dealt with in the most violent, lethal way, as an example to all who would consider betrayal. So he set us butchering across the galaxy, breaking every law against reason and rhyme, knowing the Emperor would prove the point all too well. The assassin came to slay Kurz, the great breaker of Imperial law. And she did just that. I saw him die, vindicated, pleased for perhaps the first time in centuries.
That's grotesque.
Her heartbeat quickened at the thought he would take offense, but her fear was unfounded.
Maybe so. The universe has never seen a living being that loathed being alive as much as my father. His life was broken in seeking to prove how humanity could be controlled, and his death was a sacrifice to prove that the species was ultimately wretched.
Talos withdrew a hololithic orb from his belt pouch and thumbed the activation rune. A life-sized image of flickering blue light manifested before them both. A figure rose from an unseen throne, its hunched, feral posture still not entirely stealing the beauty of its muscled physique, or the savage nobility in its movements. The distortion robbed the image of clarity, but the figure's face, a wraith visage of black eyes, gaunt cheekbones and filed fangs, was set in a vicious grin of sincere amusement. The Night Haunter.
So he had an image, a holographic image of his father? Huh. Well, I like these talks he's having. I think it also helps him, with his own mental decisions that he has to make as the leader. So, yeah. The fact that he has a close confidant in Octavia, where he can, just relieve himself of the emotional baggage that he might be carrying, is a good thing. Guys, I don't support them. I'm just making an observation here. Okay.
Mercutian recorded the deeds of their brothers, those that had passed during the heresy and the siege of Terra, and the battles since. Syrian had given Octavia's attendants a legionary gladius, a precious gift. Even Zal, the poor diplomat, had visited. Surprising of all, Uzas, who seemed to speak less of blood, was starting to form more coherent speech. A stark contrast to the reoccurring vision of a mad berserker trying to kill Syrian. What surprised Talos the most was that Octavia seemed to know more about his brothers than he did, even after centuries of war, centuries of living by their side. Though a mutant navigator from a noble Terran house was human, he was a weapon trying to find a purpose since his father's death. Perhaps there could be some understanding between them, but then he heard it. Not one, but two heartbeats. One emanating from Octavia's belly, Talos left immediately.
You know, the type of relationship that Octavia has with First Claw, right? It reminds me of Tal and Cyrene. And, you know, Tal's, the rest of his company, how they also trusted Cyrene. Cyrene is that lady who comes from, or should I say, she was a survivor from the burning of Malakia, right? And I think she was blind, but yeah, she was like the close confidant of the Astartes, especially Tal, and you know, they would confide in her their deepest, darkest secrets and whatever they're going through. And yeah, she was killed. I can't remember by who exactly, but she was killed by the Loyalist forces, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, during, you know, the Civil War. And Tal wanted to bring her back to life. He even brought her remains to Erebus to do it, and Erebus was like, "No, I'm not doing anything." Wait, did he? No, I can't remember if he did resurrect her, but I think he. Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. Right? Yes, he did. He did. But essentially, what I'm just trying to get at is that Octavia does remind me of Cyrene, and hopefully she won't have the same fate as Cyrene and be killed. Yeah. But we'll see.
As soon as Septimus heard the door open, he knew he was going to die. The dark-haired man tried to turn around, but Talos grabbed his slave and threw him across the room. Septimus's head split, and in over a dozen places bones broke.
Damn.
Talos had warned him. Octavia was the most precious resource on this ship. The child within her would affect her ability to navigate the warp. For the first time in his life, a slave drew weapons upon him as Septimus grabbed his pistols.
The power of love. The power of love is pushing him forward. He's not afraid he's not afraid for his life. He's afraid for Octavia and the child that is within her. He's afraid for them. And that is the power that is pushing him forward to take out weapons against you. He's not afraid of you anymore. But he is afraid for his family that is under threat.
7 slaves. Some died of old age, some were murdered, some were tainted and had to be put down, but none had ever betrayed him. Fear had kept them in line. Even this man, who he had plucked from a backwater to arm and repair his equipment. Anger emanated from Talos as he placed his foot upon Septimus's back. The slave had done much for him. There was sentiment there, but most importantly, usefulness. Talos spared his life, telling him if he ever approached her again he would join Reuven above his throne. Talos left as the near-dead Septimus fell unconscious. The drop to Tsagulsa was imminent. Zal had been silent for a long time, but finally he spoke up. Why? Why make some big play now? Where has this so-called motivation come from? This bitterness of the existence they had under Vandred the Exalted. I have carried this bitterness for a long time, Zal, said Talos. The only difference is now I wish to speak of it. And I do not regret it. To speak of these flaws is like lancing a boil. I already feel the poison bleeding from me. It is no sin to wish to live a life that matters. We are supposed to be fighting a war and inflicting fear in the name of our father. We are sworn to bear his vengeance. Zal didn't hide the confusion taking hold over his pale features. Are you insane? How many among the Legion truly paid heed to the rantings of our mad Primarch, spoken so long ago? Talos countered. I am not saying the Legion has heeded those words. I am saying We should heed them. If we did, our lives would be worth more. Zal stepped forward.
First claw.
The Legion's lesson is taught. It was taught when he died. All that remains is to survive as best we can, and wait for the Imperium to fall. And what happens when it falls? What then? Zal looked at Talos for a moment. Who cares? Talos held his brother's gaze. No, that is not enough. Not for me. His muscles bunched as he clenched his teeth. Talos moved forward, immediately restrained by Mercutian and Syrian, who struggled to hold him back. It is not enough. We stand in the dust at the end of centuries, of useless sin and endless failure. The Legion was poisoned, and we sacrificed an entire world to cleanse it. We failed. We are the sons of the only Primarch to hate his own Legion. There again we failed. We swore vengeance on the Imperium, yet we run from every battle where we do not possess overwhelming force over a crippled enemy. We fail again and again and again. Have you ever fought a battle you'd struggle to win, with no hope of running away? Have any of us? Have you ever, since the siege of Terra itself, drawn a weapon with the knowledge you might die? I will not see my life thrown away without meaning. Do you hear me? Do you understand me, Prince of Cowards? I want vengeance against a galaxy that hates us. I want Imperial worlds to cower when we draw near. I want the weeping of this Empire's souls to reach all the way to Holy Terra, and the sound of suffering will choke the corpse god on his throne of gold. I will cast a shadow across this world. I will burn every man, woman, and child so the smoke from the funeral pyres eclipses the sun. With the dust that remains, I will take the echo of damnation into the sacred skies above Terra, and rain the ashes of 20 million mortals down onto the Emperor's palace. Then they will remember us. Then they will remember the Legion they once feared. No more running. No more running. No more raiding to survive. When we seek an Imperial world, we will no longer ask if it's worth attacking for plunder. We will ask how much harm its destruction would cause the Imperium. And when the Warmaster calls us for the 13th Crusade, we will answer him. Night by night, we will bring this Empire to its knees. I will cast aside what this Legion has become, and remake it into what it should be. Do I make myself clear? The minor hives of Tsagulsa, whatever this Imperial scum had renamed the world to, burned. The people screamed and ran, as their so-called militia defenders drew their weapons, but then fled in terror with them. Through red lenses, the claws
The PDF forces fled in terror? Man.
Hunted the falling Imperial city. Talos and Zal breathed in the fear as they stood atop a structure. It had been too long since they had felt this terror. They were the broken monsters their father despised, because they were enjoying this. Though again, Talos not as much as his brothers. But a problem soon arose. The desperate calls for help from the humans in this backwater had been answered, and Astartes' vessel entered the system. The claws raced back to the Echo as the ship was under fire. Talos felt that distant dull pain since Crythe now throbbed behind his eyes. The visions were right. Variel was right. He was dying, slowly by his implementation. Some humans did not mesh with Gene Seed as well as others. No matter what, this campaign on Tsagulsa felt like his last. A confrontation with a mortality he knew would end. To die outside of battle was not enough. To leave this cruel universe without holding to his father's teachings was not enough. The Vox became alive with commands, as did the Ceramite corridors with bolter fire. The Genesis chapter, a pitiful offshoot of Gilliman's line, had boarded the Echo as the Claws fought in desperate tight conflicts. The cause for the apothecary Variel was endless, as Talos, Mercutian, Syrian and Uzas held their junction. The Imperial Thin Bloods unleashed their rounds into them and then charged.
They call them the Imperial Thin Bloods. Why is that? Is it because they're an offshoot? Oh, okay. Wow.
The bleeding eye raptors led by Lucofrius had been scattered. Uzas took a round to his spine as he fell back, clanging his head against the walls and ringing it like a bell. Mercutian called him an idiot as he lay down heavy fire to cover Talos, the soul hunter pulling his wounded brother to safety. Talos looked back down the corridor, watching as a warrior draped in imperial laurels and donning a look of triumphant purpose emerged. At least we will die to a hero,
It's a captain.
Syrian laughed as their doom approached. It was a repeat of the covenant at Crythe, when the Blood Angels had swarmed them, battles across every level, from the slave black market quarters to the tech priest Deltrian's workshop. Talos had only led the warband for months, and now it was likely going to end. But what of Syrian and Uzas? What of the Eldar? Tolemnian Sarellen, a champion of Genesis chapter, a name that had struck fear in the hearts to many of the enemies of the God Emperor of mankind. A duelist who had not lost in over 4 decades. First Claw watched his impeccable advance, showering his tower shield with rounds as he lifted his thunder hammer. Talos, Syrian and Mercutian drew their blades, never wishing harder in their lives that Zal was here. Tolemnian began the speech, but First Claw was already moving. Even Uzas sprung up, roaring death to the false emperor, blood for the 8th. First Claw slammed into his shield, sparks flying off the Imperial's boots as he was shoved back. Uzas fell down, another Imperial blade piercing his spine. The squad of Tolemnian were on them too. Syrian rose first and gutted one Marine. Talos bucked the knee of another and sliced. They were Nostramans first. They were murderers first. Without honor, one by one they killed them like dogs, until only Tolemnian stood. The champion charged and slammed down Mercutian, the noble-born unconscious at his feet. Talos felt his vision blur and his mind swim. The sickness, now, of all times to act up.
You're gonna have a spasm right here, right now? Oh no.
Aurum was knocked from his grip. A kick to his chest and a backhand sent Talos flying against the walls. His chest armor was a smoking ruin of black coal. Syrian and Uzas were put down as the champion of the Genesis chapter stood victorious. First Claw breathed through the blood in their lungs, preparing to meet their end, until a figure stood behind Tolemnian. They didn't engage at once. Zal and Tolemnian. They stared at each other for several moments, each taking in the trophies and honor markings displayed across their rival suit of armor. The Imperial began to speak of his fallen brothers, how they died with honor. Zal gestured to First Claw. They will die as they lived. Running away, Zal gripped the haft of Uzas' chain axe and the grip of Talos' Aurium in the other hand and charged.
Can you do it, Zal?
Sparks flew from the chain axe as it bit into the tower shield. Zal caught more strikes from the thunder hammer, feeling the electrical concussive blows reverberate through his bones. The two champions hacked at each other, shearing off ceramite and trading goring blows. He wasn't going to win if this stayed a fair fight, and his options to cheat were getting thinner with each drop of blood that ran from his body. The bastard's armor was too thick, and one more hammer fall would keep him down long enough for Tolemnian to finish it. The Genesis Space Marine drew enough breath. Speaking admonishment, Zal chose that moment to headbutt him. A life of bloodshed and battle meant Zal was no stranger to pain, but pounding his bare forehead against the riveted, dense helm of an Adeptus Astartes company champion immediately ranked as one of the most agonizing moments of his existence. Tolemnian's head snapped back, but Zal wouldn't let him go. He leaned closer, around the buzzing weapons, and powered his head against the Space Marine's faceplate a second time, then a third. The impact made the corridor echo like a forge, and his nose gave away with a sickening snap on the fourth. On the fifth, something cracked in the front of his skull. Two more followed it. He was breaking his own face apart, and the feeling was both indescribable and painful beyond words. Blood sheeted into his eyes. He could no longer see, but he could feel Talemnian's muscles loosening and could hear the gargling of a throat injury. He spat then, a stingy goblet of blood-diluting acidic saliva, and splashed it against Talemnian's eye lens, hissing its way into the flesh beneath. An 8th headbutt was enough to send them both reeling. Talemnian stumbling back against the wall, Zal losing his balance and collapsing to his knees for several heartbeats. He sensed the shadow rising above him, and heard the tense growl of wounded power armor. He knew the Genesis Marine was raising the hammer high. Its distinctive thrum was unmistakable. Zal's fingers closed around the hilt of Talos' energized sword, and with a scream of effort he rammed it upwards. It bit deep. Zal didn't hesitate. He started carving as soon as it sank in. His clumsy, brutal hacksaw tore through armor, flesh and bone with equal relish. Gore rained onto him as he rose, cutting the champion's head from his shoulders. First Claw rose as Zal dropped Orium. He staggered against the wall as he placed his helmet back on. Not even since the Great Crusade or Heresy had they ever seen a duel like that. As they stood on shaky legs, they offered Zal the thunder hammer that he had rightfully earned. "My brother," Zal wheezed, "I regret arguing with you before. It is no sin to wish for a life with meaning, or a way to win this war." Later, Talos said, his mind still thinking of the battle raging within the ship. "Yes," Zal replied.
I think this is the last time you'll speak to him, Talos.
Later, Zal took a single step closer. His head rolled forward in a slow motion, and then his body followed, collapsing to the ground. He fell into Talos' arms, utterly limp, his armor broadcasting the tuneless whine of a flat line. Zal died in Talos' arms.
Oh, he was family. Zal was family, you know. He might not, well, I don't know why he didn't trust him, but really, Zal was family, and he should have trusted him. He should have understood that, you know, he's always gonna have his back. But yeah, Zal.
He wouldn't let them touch the body. Talos dragged it to the command throne. Even Variel would not touch him, even for gene seed extraction. The rest of First Claw told him to leave the body. They would do the same for all of them, but Talos refused. The battle's tide was turning in the decks. The Imperials would soon be dead, but that was not enough. They chased the Astartes vessel down, enacting the Vox screen they had used upon the Ganges station to prevent escape. Cyclonic torpedoes eviscerated the small moon the Astartes vessel had tried to hide behind, the debris smashing what remained of the Genesis chapter forces. Zal was dead. Bakushian could hardly believe it. Syrian chuckled, whether in disbelief or amusement only he knew.
Yeah, I think in disbeliefment. I don't think out of amusement. I just don't think so. Yeah.
The repeated attempts to tell Uzas of an event he had took part in failed. Variel seemed to simply absorb the information.
Uzas is lost in his blood feud, or, you know, he's clouded by blood. That's all that's in that man's mind right now.
Once again, his cold, unblinking eyes betraying no emotion. Talos stood above Zal's body in a private chamber. He alone would do this. He alone would touch his brother's body for the extraction of gene seed. Talos drew a gladius, feeling its weight in his hand. He had lost his Narcuthian gauntlet decades ago, and would not borrow Variel's. He smashed the pommel upon Zal's exposed sternum, taking even him a few swings as the cracks echoed within the chamber. He curled his fingers around the ribcage and tore it open, his hands covered in his brother's blood. He turned Zal's face to the side, perhaps to avoid judgment. A breath escaped the dead lungs and Talos froze. Even after all he had seen and done, he felt very human in this moment. The gene seed was ripped out. The work was half done. Talos knelt beside the mangled corpse of the man he had known longer than anyone in this universe. "Brother," he said, "a hero's burial awaits." He grabbed a flamer and triggered the ignition. Promethean flame lighted the chamber in a warm haze as the flames enveloped Zal's body. Talos watched the flames dance as he thought of all they had been through. The streets of Nostramo, the tutoring sessions, their first murders, the gang fights, the elevation to Astartes, the Great Crusade, the day Talos' mother had died, to the walls of Terra itself. If there was a hell, Zal was there, and soon he would join him. They weren't friends. They didn't even like each other, but they trusted each other.
Exactly. Talos. You might not be trusting any of the other members of First Claw, but this one, Zal, this was your brother. This is the one who had your back. So when you stated that I don't trust anyone here, I just could not accept that. I'm like, but what about Zal? Zal has always been here with you. You don't trust him? So it's good to hear that, you know, Talos realizes that, you know, I trusted Zal and Zal trusted me. He was my brother. He had my back.
They were brothers. How rare for a Nostraman to know trust and brotherhood. Zal had been his champion. He knew it. He would have been dead many times over if not for the renowned duelist by his side. It kept him alive in the war. From the other claws and even the exalted. How could he do this? How could he just die and leave him like this? Octavia and Septimus entered the chamber. Talos remembered his orders for them to stay separate, but right now he didn't care. "I'm sorry about Zal," she said. "By your Legion standards, he was a good man." Talos snorted. Yes, a good man. The snort became a chuckle. A good man. A heretic. A traitor. A murderer. A fool. My brother, the so-called good man. The idea was so absurd it made Talos burst into a laughter so genuine he wept, the tears of grief flowing as he mourned the good man, Zal of First Claw. Variol landed a blow into the face of Talos. Within the Apothecarian, First Claw, Third Claw and even the wounded drew their weapons upon the Flayer as he stared at Talos, his unblinking eyes holding Talos' own. "Why are we here, Talos? Why do you still wish to finish Tsagulsa? What in your visions has brought the warband here? Not knowing wasn't good enough. Ignore the visions, use your mind, think." Talos told the others to be at peace as he rose. "Thank you," he told Variol. He needed that. The Flayer apologized. Ever the polite sociopath, Variol was right. The ongoing raid on Tsagulsa had to mean something. Was it not he who had been ranting about purpose to the others? Had he not proudly stated that it was not enough to just survive, that they had to fight the war? Talos followed Variol into a private chamber. The balloon veins now visible beneath Talos' skin were concerning. Despite his body seemingly now failing, the look in Talos' eyes was filled with purpose. Tsagulsa would be the opening for what Zal had known was coming. The very movement all could see for so long, but the Prophet himself. The true reason the Exalted feared Talos. The rebirth of the 8th Legion. Sevatar. He was the only one who could have kept the Legion together after the death of Kurz. But the old 8th was dead, so a new one would have to rise in its place, and one founded by the Prophet, the
Talos.
Soul Hunter, an inheritor to the will of Kurz, a beacon for the old generation and the new ones bred and trained under the ideology of Talos Valkoran, the one who still held belief in the ways of the Night Haunter, bringing fear and punishment to this tyrant Imperium, justice for all they had suffered. Talos would become the very thing Abaddon had tried to foster. But he was dying. Variel told him that his gene seed had evolved, activated to its full potential. Perhaps in the right body, the visions would not be paralyzing, not a raving rant, but a controlled weapon.
What would be the right body, exactly? What would be the right body for this type of gene seed?
Talos knew he would not live to see it, but there was one last thing he would do. He would create the foundations for the generations to come. He would create one final act, one rallying point, because death was nothing compared to vindication.
Just when I was hoping that the 8th Legion would finally, slowly, not quietly, but slowly just evaporate into nothingness, into obscurity. I was hoping, but no, Talos, you have other ideas. You want your Legion to continue.
Tsagulsa's population, the humans who had hidden within their hives, were dragged out from their safety. Space Marines in midnight clad began to pile the bodies high. Some were doing their job, but most were enjoying it, as they skinned thousands alive and threw the bodies and skin into separate piles. The old Arch-Regent had been a brave man, refusing to comply with Talos, but it made no difference as he screamed like the others. The Imperium would see this world. They would see the devastation and weep. Talos saw.
I don't think so. Honestly, if you were part of the Administratum and you heard that one of the planets have been utterly ravaged by traitor forces, they'd be like, oh, okay, fine. It's just another planet that's off the list. The planet's not cracked. It's still usable. We'll recolonize it with more populace. With more refugees on a later date. You know, I don't think this is going to make the Imperium of Man weep in any sort of the way. You know, the High Lords of Terra are not going to worry about this. They're not going to worry about this. You know, they have bigger fish to fry. I'm afraid the 8th Legion and those who are led by Talos are not the main cause or the main threat to the Imperium of Man. You guys are a nuisance. You are a nuisance. You're like a fly that cannot die, that refuses to die. They're not going to weep. It's just another number.
Each of the claws running rampant, clearly drunk on their own power. He saw what they were, even looking at Syrian, clearly drinking in the human's fear with the frenzy of an addict. Uzas couldn't even form a cohesive sentence as he hunted down prey. His moments of clarity clearly few and far between. Talos saw them just as Kurz saw them. No wonder their father didn't care what happened to them after his death. But they could still be useful in building the future. The Psykers of the planet were gathered. All of the Psykers. From those in the Ashapathic choirs to the mutants and slum dwellers. Octavia entered the chamber that they were being kept in and immediately retched. The smell was a wave of putrefaction and death, draped in a rot so potent it stuck to the very back of her throat. She saw Talos, his arms stained in blood, arms deep within the living body of a Psyker. He'd almost finished the painstaking work of elevating their suffering to the limit of human experience.
I'm telling you now, the Chaos Gods must be salivating. Like, how is it that this Astartes is not hasn't joined any one of our groups, you know? I'm sure Korn must be asking himself, like, what do I have to do to get someone like this on my side? someone who does such organization of killing people, herding people into specific areas and then torturing them and killing them and letting their blood just flow on the floor and everything. I'm sure Korn must be asking himself, what do I have to do to get you? Slanesh also asking him or herself, what do I have to do to get someone like you on my side? Because what you're doing here is amazing. It's amazing. To chaos standards, yeah.
Tried to talk to him. What was the plan? Why do all of this? She didn't understand. She was just human. Talos was an Astraman. He'd only known kindness from his mother. A memory lost in the elevation to Astartes. He was 8th Legion, a Night Lord. If she knew what he had even done in the Emperor's name, she would have screamed. He wasn't afraid of death. This wasn't some grand last stand. This was about vindication. The barely functional human husks, the tortured souls whose power connected them by the warp, faced the death knell. Talos grabbed Octavia to show them the Navigator's eye. Octavia took off the bandana, allowing each victim to gaze into the abyss. Some died instantly. Some screamed. Some even detonated in a shower of gore. One by one, over 4 hours, Octavia killed them. By over...
Damn. And she's pregnant. Hey. Oh, man.
For a dozen in, she lost consciousness due to the strain. By the end, Talos held her upright and aimed the eye himself, killing the last of the mutilated psychers, with Octavia barely...
That's crazy. That is so crazy. Oh, I know. This guy... your madness here is just unbelievable, and it's just funny. Okay, it's funny. Oh, wow.
Breathing, a psychic scream. A wave of such misery and pain ballooned like an explosion. The backlash killing Ashapathic choirs, navigators and psychers in over 100 worlds.
You might actually create a new god this way. I don't know. You might actually create a new god in the warp this way. But yeah, that's interesting. How you're using the pain and suffering on Tsagulsa to be like an echo that reverberates across the entire region of space, where there's other astropaths and navigators who are going to experience this wash of pain, and you know it's going to be transferred to like the chain link of communication of astropaths. All right, like a broadcast of pain. Interesting.
The Song of Madness, an evolution of the scream used at the Ganji Station raid. The consequences would be apocalyptic. Entire sectors cut off and in ruin. A master stroke of 8th Legion pain. This
is actually something that will garner the interest of the Imperium of Man. This will definitely garner the interest.
Was how they would win the war. Talos sat alone in his chambers, thinking. Still, when he closed his eyes, he saw the visions of the Eldar. Why did they haunt his visions?
Maybe the Eldar are coming because they also experienced that sort of psychic shockwave from all that pain and suffering on Tsagulsa. You know, and they're like, no, if the humans can't deal with this, we are going to deal with it ourselves personally. Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's why the Eldar are still coming to Tsagulsa, because of this microphone loudspeaker echo that you've created of pain. What is it? The Song of Madness, yeah.
Like some great doom, they had attacked at the time of the Primarch's death. Something the Legion had never understood. Some visions never came true, though those were rare. He hoped that for Sirian's death, sometimes only small details changed. Seeing that monster, that Eldar witch, with a howling face mask,
Banshee,
standing over the corpses of First Claw on Tsagulsa, still haunted him, but he had to put it aside. The Song of Madness would bring Imperial retaliation. It was a siren, a call. A call. One not just the Imperium could hear. A sickening feeling washed over Talos. The Eldar.
Yes, Yes, the elder. Definitely, they will hear it too. Anyone that is, psychically, or should I say, anyone that's a psyker that is connected to the warp, they will experience this echo, this reverberation of pain and suffering from Tsagulsa. Not just the Imperium of Man, not just the navigators or the astro telepathica personnel, but anyone that is attuned to the warp will experience this, loud music of pain, the song of madness. They will hear it.
They would hear it too. Talos rushed to the throne room. A warning signal blared out as Talos ordered immediate jump to the warp. The alarm.
Why are you running? Why are you running? Stay with us here. Stay.
Were ringing, and the Eldar were here. A storm in flesh, with a rain of blades. She who stalks the void, the storm of silence. 2 weeks of running, jump after jump. Talos hadn't even slept before they finally had 4 hours of peace. A moment Talos thought he could rest when he was called to the tech priest Deltrian's quarters. Syrian told Talos a truth he had kept hidden, of what he had seen months before when the Covenant had evacuated to the Echo of Damnation. Refugees had come aboard, bearing marines, serfs, relics, and the mangled dreadnought of Malcharian the War Sage. The war on Crythe had been the glorious end of the half-dead captain of the 10th, one he had deserved, beating down the mirrored red dreadnought of the Blood Angel, the very one he had put in that sarcophagus 10,000 years before. But Deltrian had denied that wish. The tech priest too lost in his reverence had repaired and kept the War Sage alive. Talos found it strange, finding Uzas within the chamber. His red gauntleted brother told him it calmed his mind to be here. He didn't know what to make of that. Talos spoke viciously to Deltrian. The tech priest matched his height. His bionics and tubes grafted into his body reflected the mechanical and cold mind within. How could Deltrian understand the concept of brotherhood? Malcharian was more than just a man. He was a symbol, a sacred relic of the Legion in his own right. And in the tech priest's attempts to perform the reawakening rites, the War Sage is seen to be driven mad. Talos wanted no one to know. Let the War Sage have his legacy. He raised Orum's edge as Deltrian screamed. Talos aimed for the power unit and swung, only for the blade to hit the disruptive field. Talos, Deltrian, and Uzas flew back. It was done, until a voice, deep and metallic, coherent and loud, began to speak. Once again, combat had brought Malcharian into unlife, and a lot had happened since Crythe. The entire warband assembled. Talos, Variel, Syrian, Uzas, Mercutian, Lucofrius. All the claws gathered as their leaders spoke with Malcharian in his dreadnought sarcophagus. The tale took 7 hours to tell. Malcharian told the Soul Hunter he had done well. He had already achieved more than Vandred ever had. The words of praise reverberated within Talos. But now the Eldar had come. More were arriving day by day, and they were hiding within an asteroid field near Tsagulsa, hoping the Xenos did not spot them. Talos made a plan. To fight in the void they would die instantly. He never possessed Vandred's talent for void warfare, but even he would not win against this amassing armada.
So, we're gonna land on the planet. We're gonna fight it out in the mud.
Talos showed a hololithic display to all of the 8th. Death was nothing compared to vindication, but they would not die so easily. The display showed the old fortress, Legion home, the place where their father had died. 10,000 years had rotted it down to nothing, but beneath its catacombs were still intact. They would fight the Legion's way. They were the sons of a gang world, murder in tight.
So they're going to be fighting in these dark, tight corners inside the ruins of the palace. Okay, yeah, that's a nice advantage to your side. But this is the Elder. And they have centuries of experience. They live for a very long time. So I don't know if your way of fighting is really going to catch them off guard, but hey, good luck.
Quarters was second.
No, good luck. No, sorry. I'm cancelling that out. I want you guys to die. The fewer Night Lords there are in the galaxy, the better it is. Yeah.
In nature, they would bleed the Eldar for every step they took, and they would be the perfect distraction. Talos entered Varial's chambers, and Talos told him to prepare the gene seed banks and serf aspirants. Octavia, Septimus, and the Legion's relics too. Deltrian's own small vessel would be leaving under the cover of the asteroids, and Talos wanted Varial to go too. Varial protested immediately. No. I wear the winged skull of Nostromo on my pauldrons. I will die in that worthless world too if I must. But Talos told him no. He was a better apothecary than he ever was, and he would ensure the future of the Eighth. Varial resigned himself. Talos knew his gene line didn't matter. Varial was a Night Lord by bond, and that's why he trusted him to live. Varial looked at Talos one last time, telling him he had an annoying habit of interrupting people and talking over them. Talos almost smiled, a character flaw he was sure to work on in the limitless time he had left. The rampart was closing. Septimus turned from Octavia and his child that she carried within. He looked at the master he had served for years, a monster he had always been afraid of, but yet even now he felt loyalty. He caught himself waving as Talos stared back. Humans, Talos thought. Emotions make them do strange things. Not only hours before, he formally released Septimus and Octavia from his service. Why did he do that? Perhaps he was more human than he cared to admit. The echo of Damnation one last time roared into battle. Screaming arcs of beautiful plasma streaked towards the swift Eldar ships. Some fell, but the host was closing in, raining piercing strikes that began to rock the ship. The drop pods fell from the burning wreck as the echo began to break in half. Varial, Deltrian, Septimus and Octavia watched the echo break, listening to the Xenos comms. Varial narrated the battle as it played out, with his usual monotone and cold voice, translating the Eldar until he froze. The Flayer began to listen intently. His time under the Black Heart had gifted him even Xenos slaves to torture and interrogate, a language skill that now changed everything. The Eldar, their chatter spoke not of some raid or territorial skirmish. This attack was a surgical strike. Craftworld Uthway. They spoke of prophecy, of a prophet of the 8th Legion who would reunite the scattered sons of Kurz and bring doom upon their home. They were...
Oh, so it's not about the Song of Madness, but they have a seer who has seen into the future that the 8th Legion is coming back and it's going to become a threat to them. Okay, wow.
Here for the Soul Hunter. Talos' abilities, the visions. As Varial had told even the prophet himself, in the right body his gene seed would be incredible. His power could be reliable.
So they're here specifically to destroy the gene seed as well, not just kill Talos. Okay, wow.
The Eldar were going to kill Talos and his gene seed. This changed everything. The evacuation ship turned around and made a suicidal run to Tsagulsa. It was just like Nostromo all over again. The sons of that lightless hellscape were comfortable in this dark. The echo of Damnation imploded as Talos and First Claw entered the catacombs. The last gift was present with them in the drop pod, a prize stolen from the salamanders they had slain months before. With the Aquilas ritually broken, First Claw no longer stood in midnight clad, but Terminator patterned armor.
Whoa. if I was the Elder, right, I would allow the Night Lords to retreat to the planet. It's okay. You can be there. I'm gonna bomb this planet until it cracks. That's what I would have done. That's what I would have done. Instead of going in there personally into these catacombs looking for Talos, trying to kill him while he kills my elder brethren and sisters. So instead of going down there personally to deal with this matter, just bomb the planet from space. Kill everybody from space. It would be more efficient and safe for all the Elder, so that they don't risk their lives trying to get one person. Yeah. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, let's continue.
Mercutian jested that he always wanted to headbutt someone to death, just as he had seen the Atramentar do during the Great Crusade. The heavy footfalls echoed in the winding tunnels. As Talos heard the Vox channels bloom with life, Talos heard the other claws laughing, bathing in Eldar slaughter as they imploded the Xenos filth. It was a better end than any 8th Legionary deserved, as they began to fall one by one. But it irritated Talos for how pointless this was. The battle with the Xenos had no meaning. Their vengeance was with the Imperium. Malcharian in his dreadnought chassis was resigned to the larger tunnels, and the Xenos weaved under his tread, as a battle resembling fly-swatting soaked the walls and floor with blood. Lucofrius and his twisted raptors launched from the crypts, unleashing in small ambushes, raking their claws and consuming the Eldar flesh. Some still alive as the raptor cult took their fill. First Claw had never worn Terminator plate before. It felt heavy, and the respect for their Atramentar brothers deepened. Talos bade them halt as enemies approached. He felt the enemy shuriken bounce off his plate as he fired his rotary cannon. The noise and power would have rocked him without the plate. As a stream of bolter rounds illuminated the corridor, the Xenos were mowed down within an instant. Again, First Claw were impressed, and relished in this new power. Lucofrius' voice came over the Vox. It rasped with pain. The bleeding eye raptors were all dead, and he had seen her. An Eldar witch, the monster that was leading this hunt. The chatter grew over the hours, the claws slowly dying, speaking of one they called the Void Stalker. First Claw reunited with Third Claw deep within the catacombs, and almost immediately they were attacked. A more elite foe presented itself, and Talos saw how these Eldar were different, moving with a grace far beyond human potential. They sent howling screams towards the sons of Kurz, that distorted as their blades bit deep. Uzas and Mercutian ripped them apart as Syrian smashed one into the wall with a sickening crunch. First Claw fired until their guns ran dry. The extra protection had served them well, but the Eldar were sending more and more elite warriors, ones they could barely follow. They moved back, aiming to discard their heavy Terminator plate. They needed speed for their next engagements. Howling Banshee.
How do you take off the Terminator armor exactly, and you still having your regular Astartes armor? How does that happen? Oh wow, that's interesting. Okay. I mean, don't you need like help? Don't you need serfs to help you take it off? Maybe they help each other. Yeah.
She's launched at them once again, the screams vibrating Talos' armor until he opened his own helmet's grill. Just as he had above Crythe, Talos inflated his 3 lungs and unleashed a scream. Eldar eye lenses cracked, organs burst, and all of them staggered as the rest of the Night Lords joined their scream to Talos's. Stunned and weakened, they quickly cut them all down. Another respite in the pitch black was earned until they heard the footsteps. Talos felt his heart race, and his senses rose to full alert. He recited the words he had uttered in the visions for years. A storm in flesh, with a rain of blades, she who stalks the void. The storm of silence. She was like a howling banshee but greater. Jane Zar. The witch moved.
Jane Zar?
moved at such speed, Talos heard the ring of flatline in his ears, as Third Claw were butchered upon her spear. The vision, the doom he had foreseen, the butcher of his brothers was here. Bolter rounds flew around the cramped chamber, not even able to catch the blur that danced between them, but just as quickly she melted into the shadows. There was only one option for an 8th legionary when facing a superior foe: run. First Claw made its way back towards the surface, acutely aware they were being hunted.
That's even worse. On the surface, that's worse for you guys. At least in the catacombs, you had some sort of, protection, and you could use it to your advantage. Now that you're out in the open, you are the prey. You are definitely the prey.
Not enjoying the experience for the first time on the other end.
Enjoy it.
A call from Varial came through the Vox, to Talos' surprise, speaking of how the game had changed. They were here for him, the prophet who would unite the 8th, but he had no time to process it. Mercutian began to limp, a wound he had taken earlier in his leg, and the pain was spreading to his spine. He told them to leave him. "We didn't come down here to win," Uzas said, with such clarity that once again Talos looked at his brother in surprise. Spotting a wound on his head, they seeing that the blood-raving lunatic he had known for decades had had some sense knocked into him. "Let's end this," said Syrian. "I was bored of being alive anyway." Talos looked to First Claw. Zal wasn't here, but he would happily die beside these men. 2 hours of silence meant nothing to the danger they were still in, but the pace was slowing. Mercutian's breath was ragged. He didn't have much longer. He clung to his prized heavy bolter and told them to leave now. Here he would make his stand. Talos told him to leave his precious weapon. The game had changed. Varial had told them. Mercutian asked Talos if he believed it, that he would live on, that he would unite the Legion. Talos didn't know deep down what he believed. Only that...
You're going to die. That is still into play, right? You are going to die.
there was a chance. If that is true, Mercutian responded, then what visions had he seen after this fight? None, Talos replied.
Because he's dead.
The Howling Witch was on them again. Mercutian shoved Talos off and told them to run. Prey sight, the noble-born Nostraman screamed as he fired unheeded into the approaching shadow. But he would record no more deeds and names of his lost brothers, as the spear plunged through Mercutian and out of his back. He hung fetal upon the weapon as the alien monster whispered sleep in his failing consciousness. Mercutian moved faster than he ever had before, drawing his gladius and ramming it through her shin. The superior being cried out in pain as the Night Lord, recorder of his brother's deeds, Mercutian of First Claw, let out his last breath. First Claw became separated as they approached the surface. Talos looked to the dark skies, hearing flashes of thunder rumble.
Well, now that, the elite warrior from the Eldar, the Storm of Silence, has been injured on her knee, right? I don't think she's going to be running as fast as she used to. So probably Talos will have some sort of, advantage. I think. I don't know. We'll see as they fight. But yeah, now that she's wounded on her knee, she will be a bit slower. That's what I think.
Feeling of nostalgia washed over him. He had seen this before. He looked to the entrance of another tunnel. He saw the prone form of Syrian with Uzas leering above him, chain axe raised. Here, the vision he had seen for years, Uzas would kill Syrian. Here, Talos sprinted to them and rammed Orm through Uzas' chest. "My brother," Uzas said through the blood. "I trusted you," Talos said with clenched teeth. "I argued again and again and again to spare your life. I swore to the others you were still inside there somewhere. Somehow. Still a shred of nobility waiting to be reborn. You are the foulest, basest, most treacherous creature to wear the winged skull of Nostromo.
Damn, man. Do you have to say that all of that at his death? Oh my gosh.
I should have killed you years ago. The body of Uzas fell to the ground. For a brief second, Syrian's face was contorted by guilt, only to vanish, telling Talos the mad dog had simply attacked him from behind. Talos voxed for any survivors, but none answered. Perhaps even the war sage Malcharian was dead too. Through the pouring rain, a new figure approached. Variel had come. Septimus and Octavia were waiting inside the ship. They could finally leave. Talos took one step on the ship rampart and stopped. "It's not me," he said. Variel paused. "It's not me. I don't think any prophet can unite the 8th Legion. I couldn't even unite one claw." Talos thought to his father's last words to him, about how the Primarch hated the Legion and his sons. He would be vindicated in death, and he didn't care what happened to them once he was gone. Talos the hero. That was how it started. Born on a miserable world, and to escape it he left his only family, his mother. The escape was supposed to be freedom, but it was only war. He threw himself into a new purpose. Justice. The Night Haunter's justice. But that failed too. He had lived a life of torture, death, scavenging and genetic degeneration. Even now the pain was with him. And the only time he ever dared to find purpose again, it had led to this. It is not enough. That rousing speech felt so hollow, because in truth it was a lie. An 8th Legion prophet will unite the Legion. How could that be him? In truth he felt the same as their father. He hated them. All of the Night Lords. "It's not me. Take my gene seed upon death," he told Variel. "The only thing I want is to kill that alien witch." Blood burst from Variel, and Talos finally saw that face contort with emotion. As a black-bladed tip gored the flayer, it pulled out and cleaved his legs. Talos moved first. He raised Aurum and met her next strike. Jane Zar was quick, but didn't anticipate the cracking kick to her faceplate. He grinned at her, telling her that was satisfying. Soul Hunter, she hissed. He'd never told anyone how much he despised that name. Syrian moved in too, as the demigod Xenos weaved around them. They were fast, centuries of war-honed skill, yet it was not enough. As she cleaved through him, Lucofrius, the last raptor, tried to slice her with his claws, but the spear impaled him, like the successful kill of a mere animal. Talos struck again and again, managing to slice her right arm at the elbow. The rain was splashing around the two as they danced the rhythm of death on this crying world. Aurum was knocked from his grip, and a kick slammed him to his knees. He tried to activate Prey Sight, and then Aurum's golden tip was rammed through his chestplate. She had killed him on his own sword. The witch drew it out and snapped the ancient weapon across her knee. Through only one working eye, Talos stared up at the Void Stalker. He wheezed through barely functioning lungs as his vision blurred. Talos rose slowly as the alien spoke. "So dies the Hunter of Souls."
Don't waste time, lady. Just do it.
The vision and reality overlaid
And make sure you target the gene seed.
before him. "In my dreams you still had your helm on," he said. "Fate is fluid, Hunter of Souls," she replied. And so it was. So many details were different, but the outcomes were all the same. "Do not be ashamed, human," said Jane Zar. "Every human dies."
Okay, do it.
Valas Morovi, he uttered through a broken jaw. "First claw." The alien spoke in the human Gothic tongue. The disgust was evident on her face for using such a primitive language. "They were your brothers. You call out to the dead in hopes they will save you? A thrumming sound began to build up. An 8th Legion gunship rose up and fired upon the alien.
God damn you, Septimus. Damn you, Septimus. Damn you.
The creature darted into the shadows faster than even Astarte's eyes could see. Master. A voice blared from the ship. Talos looked up, and through his only eye he saw loyal Septimus and Octavia. Talos screamed that they are dismissed from his service for the 2nd time.
This is so sweet, you know? This is so sweet. Hey.
Leave. Flee this accursed world. Run far. If Variel survives, he will come for the child. Talos wasn't leaving, for she had killed his brothers. With his shattered ribs, failing vision and bleeding wounds, Talos stood and chased after his fate.
Oh, okay. Alright. Good. And Septimus, don't go for his gene seed after he's dead, please.
Talos stumbled forward. He found Syrian prone and spluttering blood. He removed his helm, seeing black eyes roll to the back of his head. Syrian gripped his brother's wrist. "Uzas," he said. "I'm sorry, Uzas." Yet even now the shameful truth would die with him. It was he who was responsible for the killings within the Covenant. Their delicious fear and death blamed upon Uzas. It should have been Syrian to bear the red gauntlets. He knew it. Uzas, the bastard, was becoming more coherent. That was why Syrian had tried to kill him.
What?
Why Talos had intervened. Perhaps it would have been justice had he died. But Uzas would die by a brother's hand. "Don't use my gene seed," Syrian rasped. "I'm done with this war." Syrian began to shiver in Talos' arms. He was choking on his blood. "I'm dying," he said. "Everyone else has escaped. The slaves escaped. So, how are you?" The last breath escaped Syrian's lungs. Talos closed his eyes gently. He took the grenades from his brother's belt and set off. It didn't take long for the Eldar to return. Even in her injured and bloodied frame, Janezal rammed a black spear through the Night Lord's chest, and Talos offered no resistance. He took the embrace of death. He dropped the broken hilt of Aurum from his left hand, and then opened his right. He let the grenades immolate them both. Talos Valkoran, son of Nostramo, son of Conrad Kurz, 8th Legion, Night Lord, Prophet, Soul Hunter, First Claw, died. This is a small segment at the end where I just want to sum up.
Okay. Okay, I'm here. I was wondering because it was still like 13 minutes left. I'm like, are we going to be here with the credits for the next 13 minutes? But no, the Amber King is going to talk.
Everything that I have learnt about this character and my kind of overall feelings as having read all the material, I have found Talos Valkorion to be a very fascinating and interesting character, and I mean a big thank you to Aaron Dembski-Bowden for writing such a great trilogy of books. I first read the novels absolutely years ago, and it was something long before even the channel had started, and it blew my mind quite how much you could get immersed within a Warhammer story to this degree, and then to be so attached to so many characters who, in a way, I never liked, but I also love to read about. Talos.
Yeah, I don't like characters coming from the 8th Legion. I do find them interesting. Zal was funny. Talos is extremely funny, especially when he talks back to people who are, stronger than him. Like how he was talking back to Huron, as well as to, I forgot his name right now, Abaddon. Yes, Abaddon the Despoiler. Yeah, I like that part.
This is great because his journey is essentially the story of the reluctant protagonist. He doesn't want to believe in his own mythology. He is the soul hunter, he is the prophet of the 8th Legion, and much of his life and his own abilities mirror what his Primarch went through. He's essentially a sort of, as weird as it sounds, a more sane Conrad Kurz. And perhaps the way he sees the abilities of Kurz affect him, he's reluctant, and the visions are not for him a sort of boon or what could have been. As much as Variel talks about it, they are things that make him convulse in pain. But the worst part of his abilities is the fact that everyone seeks to use it against him or to use it for their own benefits. He is chased by a doom, his inevitable death, and also like with Abaddon, who seeks to sort of make him and remold him into this, messianic, unifying figure, which he has no interest in being. He doesn't like to be the slave of other peoples and other legions and other warriors. For a character who, in the timeline of Warhammer, he joins the Night Lord's Legion so late, and yet he clearly missed that massive wave where some of the early recruits sort of hold to the ideals of Conrad Kurz, such as Sevatar. He naively holds on to the Primarch's teachings, even though he is so far from what Conrad Kurz truly ever preached, and even in his most sane moments. I think when he speaks to the ghost of Reuven after he turned him into bones, he says, if only the Legion had stayed pure. And it's so ironic because he never was in that category. He's never pure himself. It's the only way to sort of get around the madness of their lifestyle and the madness of their unjust vengeance, because he has to hold on to something, otherwise he knows he's kind of a massive hypocrite. He definitely, as a character, what makes him very interesting is that he holds these contrary beliefs. He doesn't want to rule, he's kind of happy to be just First Claw, Apothecarian, Talos, and yet he criticizes and clashes with other characters such as Vandred, the Exalted, and, Abaddon. He clashes with them because he
That was the funniest one.
knows exactly how one should rule, supposedly. interestingly enough, when he's in those positions to rule, he doesn't have some great success. He only has one glorious moment, and then it's all the end of his story. His speech where he says, "It is not enough," he wants to be like Crythe. He wants to relive those glory days, fight for something more than just the scavenging they've done for centuries. He wants his life to have meaning, but he also wants that vindication that, I am right, that Crythe in his madness sought in the end, because Talos just doesn't have anything else. And many other characters are kind of happy to exist in this nomadic lifestyle. They don't seek rulership or anything. For Talos, it's just simply not good enough.
Yeah, this is the fate of all of those traitor legions. Once their Primarchs were defeated or killed, they've simply lost their purpose. They've lost what was, meant for them to accomplish, and that was to conquer in the name of the Imperium of Man. Now, once you turn against that, and you think what you are doing is right because you feel that you were wronged by the Imperium of Man, once the dust has settled, what is there left for you to do? You'll just be a roaming, blood-crazed killer that's just killing and killing and killing and killing and destroying, but it doesn't really fulfill anything inside you, because the thing that gave you purpose was the Imperium of Man, was the Emperor. And now that that part of you is gone, and all that is left is this void that you all are trying to fill with your own ambitions of trying to recreate your father's dreams, or to vindicate yourselves like your father. It just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. And so you continue to roam across the galaxy, just doing what you always do. There is no end in sight. There is no goal to accomplish. It's just terrorizing human populations. And that's it. That's your life.
Particularly loved his every single interaction with First Claw in the entire trilogy is fascinating, particularly with how every character almost his judgment. He is so judgmental of every character around him, and they kind of bring out a different piece of him. Zal is the character who he is no longer than anybody in this universe. He doesn't really realize how important Zal is. He just finds him as, I trust Zal, but Zal I've never liked him. Not at one point were they even friends.
But he does like him. He does trust him. He's just in denial. The only moment when he realized that this was my brother, this is the person, I like him, I trust him, is when he was dead, unfortunately. You only realize how important things are to you once they're gone.
But he didn't realize how important Zal was until he didn't have Zal around. Like, he couldn't be Talos the Prophet without a Zal who basically kept him alive the entire time. And they definitely sort of have each other's backs, which I really enjoyed reading about. There's loyalty there. Despite them being Nostraman, they both grew up on that hellscape. They sort of will, even since childhood, they always had each other's backs.
Sol Tarvitz never had that luxury. Sol Tarvitz never had that luxury with his friend. So you were lucky, Talos. You had a very close friend who would never betray you, even when you guys are criminals, and you would just backstab anyone. He never backstabbed you. He never abandoned you and betrayed you. He's always been there by your side. Sol Tarvitz never had that friend.
Tyrion is an interesting one simply because he's kind of like the runt of the litter. He's always the one who they all judge him for his corruption by like Slanesh and how he can sense fear. They are creatures, they are warriors designed to inflict fear. You know, they're meant to be Astartes, and Astartes know no fear, as the Emperor says. But the fact that Syrian can feel fear, they all just sort of despise him. But yet, when he sees that reoccurring vision where Uzas is essentially trying to murder Syrian, he is intensely protective. It's not his dislike of Uzas. Many other...
You sure? The last words he spoke to him were just heartbreaking, honestly.
Night Lords have probably murdered each other in the warband over many of the decades in their survival, but he sort of goes out of his way to protect Syrian in like some circumstances. Mercutian is like as the sort of later addition to First Claw. You can I like the idea of like the
and Mercutian came from the Third Claw, right? Yeah.
Backstory of Nostromo being sort of hinted at here, where like all like Zal and Talos, they both see Mercutian, who was, you know, a noble born of Nostromo, and he's someone who, you know, probably grew up in a much, you know, the son of like a gang lord, you know, much wealthier existence, and it sort of sets him apart. But then it brings a sort of depth to the story, and especially when Octavia mentions how he records the deeds of their fallen brothers, it sort of gives Talos a slight sort of more of a link to him, because he's sort of he's a character looking for purpose, and the idea of like other characters living, you know, lives being worthy of being recorded is something that probably sticks with him. Uzas, poor old Uzas. Uzas is like character. It's just so well done in the books, because it's a mad dog of a character. You know, he's the liability, he's the problem. But like over the trilogy, he's sort of getting better, and Talos is learning to somewhat put faith in him again. After, you know, right at the beginning of the books, he just despises him, thinks he's a problem, and throughout the books he keeps getting his hopes up and then disappointed. And at the very end, even though he kind of, it's not the real truth of Uzas, you know, randomly attacking Syrian, it's actually the other way around. It adds to that layer of tragedy that Talos would just never know. And even at the end, when Uzas does die, he dies just thinking, I should never have trusted him in the first place, which is, oh man, it's so hard to read, but it's really well done. Varial's interesting just because it's an apothecarian like Talos himself, but it just goes to show you that Varial is an element added in. It just goes to show that Talos, in a way, is not that talented, which I thought was, at least that's the way I always read it. He's not the best apothecarian, he's not the best fighter, he is simply just someone who's had a mythology built around him. And when he finally kind of admits to Varial at the very end, he says like, it's just not me, I'm not the great hero, I'm not this messiah, I'm not the prophet. Varial kind of sees it too. Talos has almost been enslaved and carried on by his own prowess as, you know, the prophet of the eighth, you know, a favoured son of Kurz. That's what's carried him this far. Not someone who's in each of the members of First Claw has been talented in some degree or a good fighter. It's only been Varial to show like that kind of level of contrast. And it was fascinating to have something where it shows like the ideology of the Night Lords is more important than them necessarily being Nostraman. Varial is an outsider, but Talos probably trusts him more than anyone else other than Zal in the group. When Talos finally becomes a leader, it's thrust upon him. It's because Vandrid obviously dies. He ultimately fails, and it's right that he does. And everything that when he spoke about, you know, living a life of purpose, you know, within a Night Lord's version of purpose. It's in him trying to make things better that his great doom comes about. Talos is, and Bowden does it so well here. Like, he's not the hero. He is in fact the villain, but this is the villain of so many other people's stories.
He's the hero of Octavia and Septimus. Especially Octavia. Yeah, this is a hero to someone, you know? He's a hero to someone. Even to his mother. Although he didn't recognize her after coming back as an Astartes. But he was a hero to her too. So he was a hero to at least 3 people. His mother, his slave Septimus, his slave Octavia.
He's very much just shown to be a monster. I think my favourite conversation is when he speaks to Octavia. When I was so happy I chose that one particularly to get that voice acted, because we see through Octavia that he is essentially stubborn, and that his stubbornness is a beholding to the teachings of Curse. It's almost like a retreat into that mindset, and ultimately she rightly in her mind like calls him out. He's an emotionally stunted child. The Astartes are basically like children who never grew up, and then they were turned into frightening warriors, and that's what makes them terrifying. It's especially well done in the 3rd book as well, where I think in the first 2 he's almost built up to be an anti-hero, and then towards the very end we just get reminded, oh no, Talos is not a good person at all.
Oh yeah. And if you were to think that he's an anti-hero in the first 2 books, I haven't read the books, I'm sorry. But yeah, you know, if you were to think that a Night Lord is an anti-hero,
we are really just showing like he is essentially 8th Legion. He is the madness of what Kurze's ideology is in practice. He is like, it just shows you what it does to people. It is horrific what he particularly does to the Psychers in the last book.
That was a bit funny for me. The way when Octavia collapsed, it's like, no, you're not done. He picks her up and then he opens her 3rd eye and then he just... this guy's crazy. He's crazy.
And I mean, just a massive bravo to Aaron Dembski-Bowden for creating... I really enjoyed this character, and I just love the entire overall, the building up of Talos and then the bringing him back down, showing us what the reader and the listener, the truth is that he is a monster, and in a way he wasn't meant to be the hero, and he just wanted to let that all go in the end. He never desired it, and he just chose to have the death at first claw. You know, he wanted to die with his brothers, so in a way he kind of got what he really wanted in the end. Thank you so much for listening. If you did make it this far, please make sure to like and subscribe.
Yes, guys, continue to like and subscribe to the Amber King and his content. Definitely support him as much as possible. Yes, guys, that's it with Talos I keep pronouncing his name incorrectly, I think his surname Volcran. Yes, Volcran. Talos Volcran, 40k lore, the Soul Hunter, voiced by Tales of Terra VA, made on the Amber King YouTube channel. Yeah, Talos was no hero. I want to put it out here clear and categorical. He was no hero. He might have been a hero to individuals, but to humanity as a whole, he was not a hero. Him and his entire legion and his Primarch, they were not heroes. They were not bringing order. They were not bringing any sort of civilization. They were crazy. They were mass murderers who enjoyed torturing people. I just want to put it out clear there. No. 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 Maybe within the internal politics of the 8th Legion, you could say that yes, he could have been a shining light, a solution to the doldrums that the 8th Legion is experiencing. You know, he could have been the hero of his legion. He could have been the one to unite and to save his people from, you know, this scattering that they're experiencing. But he himself, Talos, he realizes that he is not worthy of it. He doesn't have that sort of, I don't know, leadership quality or style, to lead his people to a united effort. And quite frankly, in the 8th Legion, there is going to be no one that's going to be filling up the shoes of a Primarch. There's going to be no one that's going to be filling up the shoes of Savitar. There's just no one. Because it's a band of criminals. And these criminals are going to look out for each other. Or for themselves, I should say. And to gain power only for themselves. So I don't think there's going to be anyone unifying the 8th Legion. And that's good. That's good for the Imperium of Man. That this Legion slowly disintegrates and further fragments into smaller and to smaller, little units where they can be easily picked off by loyalist forces, or should I say by the Imperium of Man and its Astartes. We just need time. But eventually, the 8th Legion will also, just evaporate into obscurity. We still have other traitor legions to deal with, but at least, with the 8th Legion, they will go. We just need to be patient, I think. I hope. But, yeah, Talos coming from Nostromo, I think there was just going to be no way for him to have the love or the respect from his father, the type of love or respect that he wanted from his father. And, what's his name again? Conracus was not the only one who hated his legion, He was not the only one. He was one of, I think, maybe 2 or 3. No, just 2. Yeah, he was one of 2 Primarchs who that hated their legions. When you think about the World Eaters and their Primarch, so they were not the only ones who were hated by their Primarch, the Night Lords. And, like all the other legions, they all tried their best to accommodate themselves to their fathers, to have the love and trust and support from their fathers, for their fathers to recognize them as their sons. And it just didn't work out with the 8th Legion and Conracus, because Conracus saw them all as criminals, with superhuman strength and having armor on them, and they haven't really changed as criminals. They are still as deplorable and as wicked as they were on Nostromo. But that is a result of Conrad Curse's failure to change the society on Nostromo. Yes, he brought fear and a permanent silent peace on Nostromo for a time, but as soon as he left, that fear expired and people reverted back to what they used to be, because he did not change the society. He did not change the mentality of the society. He just simply suppressed it. And this type of form of justice that he wanted to spread through the 8th Legion also failed spectacularly. And this was the teachings that Talos did not want to give up on, because it belonged to his father. He loved his father. He wanted to keep his father's memory alive, by championing this notion of only through fear can we control humanity. And ultimately such things fail, because, for example, with Septimus protecting Octavia and, you know, throwing out a gun at his master, someone that he feared. He overcame that fear because of the love he had for Octavia and the child that was in Octavia. It just shows that fear has a limit. It can only go so far. And that is something that the 8th Legion, or should I say even Talos, did not truly want to accept. That this sort of fear, of producing fear, of creating fear in the hearts of mankind, can only go so far. There's a limit to it, and there are ways to overcome it. So this project that was left behind by his father, it was just not going to succeed in any sort of way. And even majority of the 8th Legion, they didn't care about it because, you know, they just enjoy, you know, putting pain and suffering at the hands, at the feet of weak people, if I can say it like that. You know, they like to torture weak people. They like to kill weak people. But they always run away from a strong opponent. They always retreat. So the 8th Legion didn't really care about the teachings of Conrad, because Talos was one of the few, I think, who actually really cared. But even in those teachings, it was a failure. It was a failure. First Claw, the entire group, they were good. You know, they did have each other's backs. Especially Zal at the back of Talos. And yeah, like I stated before, it is sad that only at the end that Talos realized that Zal was his brother. Zal was the person who protected him and who had his back. And now that that person is gone from his life, you know, a part of him has also died. And it's only then that he realized that he lost someone who was really, really close to him. And yeah, you know, I'm still wondering why Talos forgot about his mother, but did not forget about the criminals who lived on Nostromo with him. You know, he did not forget about that, but he forgot his mother. Zal remembers his mother, but he forgot his mother. That was just strange. That was just strange. I wonder what was going on in his mind for him to forget his mother, you know. But yeah, and like I stated before, Talos was a hero to Septimus. He was a hero to Octavia, and he was going to be a possible hero to the 8th Legion, but he decided that, you know, I'm not this person that you guys claim me to be, some sort of prophet, hero. I'm not any of that. I am just Talos, the apothecary of the 8th Legion, of the first company. Was it the first company? No, 10th company. 10th company of the First Claw. That's all I am. Then that's how he died. And yeah, the Eldar, I think they've succeeded in making sure that this gene seed is not going to be transferred into another human being, and, you know, that Astartes is going to be able to see into the future. I think they've destroyed it. I think what's her name again? The Eldar, Jane Zar. Yes, I think she has succeeded in destroying the gene seed, and yeah, hopefully there isn't going to be another 8th Legion Astartes having the ability to see into the future, because it is a very potent ability, very advantageous ability for the 8th Legion if someone has it as well, like besides Talos. If someone else has it, it's really going to become a problem, not only for the Eldar but also for the Imperium of Men. Yeah, but I liked how Talos talked back to to Abaddon the Despoiler. I like the way he talked back to him. I like the way he talked back to Liu of Turon as well. It just shows that he's not going to, just stand there and take, someone insulting the 8th Legion. He's not going to stand there and take insults directed towards his Primarch. He will defend the 8th Legion, even though he hates the 8th Legion, but he will defend it. And he will also defend their Primarch. Even if the rest of the world, or the galaxy I should say, hates his guts, hate how he led the 8th Legion, he's still going to be there as the true defender of his father, a true defender of the Legion. Yeah. He was an interesting character. Interesting backstory. And he died. And I am pleased. Like I stated before, the fewer 8th Legion Night Lords there are in the galaxy, the safer the galaxy is going to be. That's what I believe. Yeah. It was good. Alright guys, that's it. Remember, if you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. Thank you again to the Amber King for producing such quality content with the voice actors as well. Thank you guys very much. And remember guys, if you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. If you like my reaction, give it a like, comment and subscribe to my channel. Click on the notification bell if you want to be up to date with my latest videos. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay? Bye-bye.